Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta get that game. Anyway, you were saying. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say one last thing before we officially start. Ladies, because I don't think you ladies got the same lessons I did growing up, but here's one I'll share for free. With great power comes great responsibility.
Figure out where you're going with this.
No, that's it. That's where it ends.
No, I know the saying.
No, you don't. Who did it? Who said it?
Somebody on TV.
Who said that? Sin? You could win bonus.
Uncle Ben. To Spider-Man.
It's different.
Why is it different?
Because it's Uncle Ben, the only character in comics that ever stayed dead. God bless him. Oh,
except for the time when he didn't, but he died anyway.
Bruce Wayne's parents and Uncle Ben. You know.
Uncle
You know
Ben.
what?
I said Uncle Ben to Spider-Man.
You know what? You know what, Sin? Have a point of XP.
What?
He said, "Have a point of XP." You fancied him with cheese.
God damn it!
I'm paying for your very much proven, tried and tested sorcery to seduce people against their will because fuck you, I guess. I don't know, man.
I will take that XP.
He's emailing his lady friend right now to say, sorry,
Nope.
Can't get coffee, gotta go get cheese.
Nope,
So
I
then-
have the book open right now, so I'm actually reading over that stuff. She can wait. Just double checking. Okay, so nobody has any questions. Nothing at all.
Nope.
Great. So let's do a check. Who slept where? It's assumed that Thea and Thomas are sharing the same very cramped abode at the moment. Maybe not in the same room, but in the same general space.
Didn't last we leave off or some shit? It was already daytime and then nighttime. We woke up and Peter Cottontail came and said a bunch of shit to everybody, and then we were supposed to start conducting investigations.
That was a part of it that happened last time.
And I came out of my camper.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
so
where
have we
I
gone
sit.
back to sleep again?
Hold on. When do you guys... I forgot to ask. Do you guys wish to conduct your investigation immediately after the fact, or do you want to basically use a couple days for projects and personal endeavors, that kind of stuff? Should have
I
asked
was
that
going to lay
first.
down some prep work that I thought everyone might enjoy doing with me.
Is this prep work that requires, or you want to present to the rest of the group?
Yes.
Then do so now before things go forward.
Before he ruins our lives further. Before he ruins our lives further.
You ruined your own life?
I didn't ruin my life. You're the one that made him propose to that skanky whore.
She's beautiful, cultured, and lovely.
That doesn't make her any
But
less
is she a
skanky
maiden?
whore. Yeah, is she a maiden?
Slowly takes off glasses. Oh, yeah. Spoon a lot? Allow the scheming to begin.
So, assuming that we're just hopping off the boat right past the point where my character essentially made the jokes, like, alright, so we could spend the better merits of arguing what an 8.5 means for the next 6 hours, well into the night, or we could plan about what we're going to do about this investigation, and I'll go from there. Alright, so it's probably going to be fairly easy to look up where this building is. I'm just going to point it out. We may wish to get a change of clothes. Thomas says, practically wearing his uniform.
That's me?
You know, I think to both of us.
Oh, okay.
To the group.
Okay, we're all together. Got it.
Likely something
That is-
you aren't going to want to miss in the off chance that we get caught doing this.
That
Perfectly
does
fine
indeed
with what
make
I'm
sense.
wearing.
I'll have to go home and change. I did not bring clothes.
What kind of clothes you expecting us to wear? Do I need to put on some? I don't know, some of them stretchy pants.
No, just something you wouldn't. Am I speaking in a southern accent? I should be like Scottish. Hold on. Something you wouldn't
Yeah.
want to. Something you wouldn't miss.
Go missing? You taking us to a strip club or something? I'm confused.
What? No. I'm operating under the assumption that we're gonna be going that way, and that, assuming that we're all either seen or that we have a brief glance on us, that, well, obviously, if you're wearing it again, someone might recognize you.
Oh, I see.
The group hears, although not close, not entirely too far away either, several gunshots ring out in the air. The sound of squealing tires and metal-on-metal collision. Continue.
Must be Wednesday.
Aye, must be Wednesday. Tommy, while basically giving the both of you eye contact and going on a spiel, will pull out his 45, casually check the magazine, put it back in his coat while he continues. So, I'm just gonna be outright and forth with. I'm a shit investigator when I need to be stealthy. I'm used to going into places and no one giving a bat in an eye when I'm there. And, well, I'm already conspicuous, so I'm gonna need a change of clothes. So I'm thinking we can set up a system where if one or both of you get caught, I can just show up and whisk you away on my bike.
Fine by me.
Alright, I have your number. Do you both of you have me on speed dial? I'm back in Southern
No.
again. God damn it.
Let me go ahead and put your number in my phone. What is it?
1-800 made up number. Frick you.
All right, I've got it saved. I'll be back after I go home and change.
Are you sure I can't just entice you to go to the store?
Yeah, I guess I could do that. Is the closest clothes store that's within my budget nearby, or do I need a car?
Well, you guys are currently in the south side, and it's only about 8:30. You want to go to a clothing store?
Or Walmart?
Walmart? Yeah, Walmart's open 24 hours in less shady areas,
God,
which
you guys
means
are nervous.
which means you would likely have to drive a little bit further away from the south side and the west side, which tends to be a bit riskier. You'd likely have to go more toward the north or west side.
I'll just call an Uber.
North or east, sorry, not west.
Me or Thea could take you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. If you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, let's do it.
I don't have this hunk of junk in the garage for show. My character points in one of the corners where the thankfully unsmashed bike is.
All right. We're all getting in the camper then?
Do we want to get in the camper, or do me and him just want to go on the bike so that we don't have to risk damage to anything?
Well, that depends. Yeah, you want to change your clothes?
Yeah. What is your driving skill?
1. I have a driving skill.
Unfortunately, this fit is just annoying enough that I can't just let you pass it automatically.
Okay.
What's your dexterity?
E.T. 2.
2, 3.
2.
Okay, don't worry about it. You've done this successfully enough, so at this point, I'll just say that so long as you go at pace, you will not be damaging his garage on the way out. You have earned this very valuable vampiric discipline of don't drive like a retard. That said, what's the plan? We are headed to Walmart to pick up clothes.
It's like we're going to the Wally World.
You guys
could
remember
do-
when Walmart was open 24/7? I miss those days.
It is in the
Ye-
South, honey.
Here it's location based. In some places, our gas stations are locked, and the only way to get service is through bulletproof glass over 24 hours. In other areas, the doors are just open, and you can just walk in. Anybody that lives anywhere knows why the system works the way it does. Since you are in Chicago, most places have quite a bit of security and fairly rigorous Second Amendment use. Even though the police and the local government are always trying to complicate it. That being said, bike or the shaggin' wagon?
It depends
I'm
on
thinking
Diva's
if-
coming with us. I asked her if she wants to come with, and I don't know if I got an answer.
I believe you got an answer from Vivian. She said yes. If you want.
Mm-hmm. Sin, are you going?
You
Sin? I heard that.
I heard.
Hi.
Yes, yes.
Oh, is everybody good?
Yes.
People
she's
cutting
going.
out? Okay. Spoon.
Mhm.
Your phone rings.
What
Or
time
you
is
get
it?
a vibration, depending on about 8:30.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You recognize the number. That is Rosalind's number.
Hmm.
Question. The last time you spoke to her, do you remember what information you relayed? I still need to review a couple of the prior episodes.
I believe I relayed to her the information about Black Keystone Nation, which sounded like a coterie, but is sounding more like a gang when we mentioned it to Peter.
Okay. Anything else? Any specific characters that you might have mentioned?
I can't remember if I mentioned Peter or not yet. I remember
Sure.
mentioning the card that I was going to look into.
True, you did. Anything else?
We haven't learned any information on Sweetie Pepper, and I don't think I relayed any information from the local homeless.
Okay. Does anybody have any information on specific named characters that they have given out? If you haven't given it out, don't worry about it.
No.
Out.
Sia, anything? Nothing? Okay. Rin, do you have anything?
Nope. I'll get into the schwagon.
Okay. All right.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you get a vibration on your phone, Spoon. It will eventually cease if you do not pick it up.
I'll look. Hello?
Yep. Thomas?
This is me. How can I assist you?
I may have discovered an opportunity for you. Would make your task somewhat easier, but you may have to consort with some rather disreputable folks. Does anybody here have heightened senses?
Give me a minute to check. I didn't think you were going to need me for a second, so I started to take my dog outside because she's screaming at my door.
I think Thea does.
Looking.
Does anybody have heightened senses?
I'm looking.
All right, I will.
Well, can you hear me?
I can
Yeah.
sometimes. I don't know if maybe Discord, just be in Discord,
What is
or
going on?
if you like think I'm skipping over you or something, or you think I didn't hear you, just scream and make noise, and I'll let you know if I can still hear you.
Okay. Heightened senses, is that the actual name of the power that you're looking for?
Yes.
Yes, I believe that is the case. I think it is under the Auspex line of powers, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think so.
Okay. In that case, everybody nearby Thomas will hear kind of bits and pieces of what he's talking about, unless you wish to obviously eavesdrop. Do you take the call in private, or do you just not give a shit, Spoon?
Tommy doesn't give a shit.
Okay, yeah. She says, I may have found perhaps a lead on a particular fellow, distasteful, of course, but useful and quite powerful in spite of his difficult nature, who could perhaps lend you some assistance in dealing with Pepper.
That'd be most appreciated, though I would prefer to know the type of disassociatum.
His name is Thomas Yule Balthazar, as we call him. Mr. Yule is... How do I put this? Not of this time. He is quite old. And very... How should I put this? He is very much not with modern sensibilities.
Am I taking it to mean you want me to get him a gift?
Thomas, I will put this as politely as I possibly can. He would be very useful in dealing with at least one of the potential gangs, as it were, possibly two of them. His reasons may lead to complications, but his help would definitely assist us in wrapping up this problem much quicker than normal. I'll cease beating around the bush. He very much dislikes black people. Very much. He's very old. But he will help you.
Well, thankfully, Ms. Roslin, you don't appear to have accoutramented me with any of those types.
Not yet. However, in spite of his rather unfortunate flaws, he is very useful. And we do need all the help we can get to sever this problem at the legs, as it were. Ironically, Nicholas is a well-known supremacist on the other end of the scale, so it's amusing that these two should have, shall we say, some building tension, as it were. One is looking for the other is nonplussed about such a thing, but given his proclivity toward certain controversial viewpoints, he would more than happily assist in removing Pepper. Of course, this is your task, and I leave it up to your discretion. But should you need assistance, especially should the task become excessively difficult, I can provide you with some assistance in contacting Mr. Yule. Bear in mind that should any of your coterie have more progressive viewpoints, they will likely run into conflicts with Mr. Yule. You understand, of course, that in business we don't really look at ideology so much as we look at efficacy of the people we are hiring. You understand, of course, Thomas.
Right.
I simply thought I would call you and let you know that this is an option available to you, a nuclear option, if you will, should the task become insurmountable.
Understood. To make things perfectly clear at the start of this, you told me you wanted me to investigate a person of interest, not have him summarily dealt with.
As I said, Thomas, if the task should become insurmountable, then we must look at exercising a nuclear option. Are we clear?
Clearer than 20 seconds ago, but I'll take it.
Thank you, Thomas. Our benefactor appreciates that quite a bit. For more details into Mr. Yule's background, without bogging you down with the non-essentials, he was born in 1827 in southern Georgia. He had a very rough childhood history, and a lot of the things that come with that particular timeline are definitely difficult to shake when you are from that place. Some people do not adjust to modern days very well, and Mr. Ewell is one of them, although being one of us, death does not claim him, at least not easily. So, that said, his age and outlook means that perhaps we can barter with him, get his services. At the very least, he would provide a rather appealing distraction for Pepper. You understand what we're attempting to set up here.
The fall of one or both of them?
Ideally. There are many very interesting kindred in this city, Thomas, as I'm sure you and your coterie will soon discover, and many of them are quite old. That doesn't necessarily mean they are invincible per se, but it stands to reason that they are dangerous. And we should seek to bargain with them if possible, or if we have such leverage to make use of their talents for other things. Pepper, by comparison, is older, but not to the same degree. He is definitely from a more modern era compared to Balthazar. The 1940s, if I'm not mistaken, which, well, had its problems, but was a bit different from 1827. That being said, I won't bore you with the details, but just know that this is an option I will present to you. Should your task become very difficult, then we can look into negotiating some sort of deal with Balthazar, but between you and me, Thomas, I would very much rather not use him in such a sensitive mission. He's very messy and prone to excessive displays of brutal force. You understand?
Bullet holes tend to lower the property values. Got it.
That is correct. You're learning very quickly, Thomas. Anyway, thank you for your time. How is the rest of your coterie handling this assignment?
It's a mix. Incidentally, you didn't send the Nosferatu my way by the name of Peter, did you?
Ah, Mr. Hisrek. Yes, I did. I hope he has been treating you kindly.
Just wanted to make sure that we weren't being pumped for information by a random information broker.
Well, Thomas, there is no real way for me to say this, but chances are, so long as anyone here in this city knows you are kindred, there will always be someone or something watching. And so, it is safe to assume that no matter where you are or who you speak with, that you are being constantly observed, for better or worse.
My character shrugs despite no one but the coterie really being able to see him. Makes sense.
Rest assured, Thomas, and I say this with no amount of hubris, you are not important enough. Neither are any of the members of your coterie consider any sort of serious investigation by any kindred. A brief look, and then most will probably be on their way. As for Mr. Histrick, well, he owes us a favor, and thankfully so. He is a rather interesting fellow. I quite like him, to be honest. He's very well-spoken for a Nosferatu. And he bathes. That's definitely a plus. But I won't trouble you with that. Do you have any questions, Thomas? This will likely be the last time I call you, but I do expect to hear from you within the next few weeks. We do expect progress.
In the event that this investigation turns out to be something multiple coterie-wide, who do I send this information to?
Well, you may call myself. Use very careful language to describe what has happened, or you are more than welcome to meet me where I work. At reasonable hours, of course. You remember where I'm stationed, don't you, Thomas?
I remember.
Yes, well, you are more than welcome to visit me within reason, so long as you do not draw any suspicion to the H&K trustee. Again, I'm here to assist you, Thomas. That is my job. I don't owe you a favor. In a way, you are my ward. So it is in my best interest to look after you. And of course, your coterie, although their situation is a bit more usefulness pending, as it were. Their care is on an expiration date. Yours, on the other hand, does not seem to have one at the moment. Our benefactor has made that very clear for some reason. It's a very unusual decision, but that is what he wishes. As for your companions, what have they told you of their background?
He is from the south.
That she is?
Vivian's from China.
Ah. Do you know anything about their sires?
I know as much as reckon they do.
Could you do me a small favor, Thomas?
How can I assist you?
Could you ask them if they have any interest in knowing their sires' names?
Viv! There!
Huh?
You give a rat's ass about your sire's name.
Well, I would like to know what some bitch thought this was a good idea.
That's a yes. Viv? We'll call that the
I think
tentative
she's in one of them there trances.
We'll call it the tentative maybe.
Very well. Well, I will sweeten the pot for both Ms. Thea and Ms. Vivian so that this task can commence forthwith. Should this be done roughly to my satisfaction, in addition to the reward that our benefactor was going to bestow upon each individual member, I, as a show of goodwill, will reveal the name of each of their sires. Anything more and I will require certain concessions, but consider that a kindness. Good evening, Thomas. Please let them know. Beep, boom. You hear the kind of harsh, loud ringing of the phone in your ear.
Thomas puts his phone back in his pocket. Well, if and you both can, handle sweetening the deal with the name.
She knows who turned me into this.
That's the reason she does, so she's bluffing, which, if she was bluffing in a position of power, I wouldn't put it past her to tantalize with it.
With all these crazy vamps. She could just tell me.
So could Peter.
Swear.
It's
I
almost
hate
like
this
they want
whole
something
thing.
out of us.
It's bullshit.
I've gone back to Southern again. Or, like Arabic.
You know,
I keep catching
that's
myself
all right,
doing
honey.
it.
See, the thing is that's what happens when you get around people like me. It rubs off. People try to do them accents all the time, and it just rubs off. It's
not,
all right.
No, not Southern. Like, I keep going back to Arabic. I play some Pyros for all of 5 sessions, and it sticks.
Yeah, the first time you did it, I actually hesitated on repeating because I was like, "What the fuck is my brain hearing? Am I not hearing his accent correctly?" And all I heard was, "Yoo-hoo, big summer blowout." That's what I heard the very first time you started doing all that.
God. I'm not going to advance scenes unless you guys say, GM, go ahead. I'll just let you guys roleplay until you're satisfied.
Can you help me find something real quick? Because I can't remember where it's at in the book, so I'm having trouble finding it.
I'll do my best.
I think that it's like around where my merits and flaws were. Let's see.
Let's see. Which one in particular?
Long bond.
Oh. That's the bonding merit.
Yeah, that's the one where I'm trying to figure out like what it says, but I can't find
Okay.
merits in the book.
The summary for your
181.
flaw.
Oh, thank you.
The summary is essentially that once per 3 months, you will do a test to decrease your bond. It's quite a bit longer than normal.
So then according to the long bond, that I probably do care who he is.
You're not like blood bonded in the same way, but there's always like some level of sire, like instinctual sire bias. He's like your father, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or your mother, depending on whoever. But I mean, there's always some level of kind of daddy and or mommy issues depending on how you were brought into this world, and it makes things a bit difficult. Usually most vampires want to know, and their interest tends to either increase or taper off depending on how the story progresses with regard to that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's more of a I'm ad-libbing it at the moment, but at some point when we're done the game, I'll read into it an extra time and see what pull out of it. But I'm pretty sure that's roughly how it works. But bonds, it's more about like blood bonds. So, like, if you were to, for example, start drinking from Thea or Tommy, that's where that starts coming into play much more severely. Because, you know, that is something that can happen not just between vampires and humans, but also other vampires, for whatever reason. The most logical reason is you might want to learn something that is inherent to Tommy's bloodline, and that would be a reason to take his blood, but it would also be risky, right? Because it's a progression. It's the progression of affection. It's like the closest thing you get to human affection, and the more you do this, the more intense it gets, to the point where it starts to affect your character's ability to make decisions and better judgments around that character. For you, it's especially bad with that, flaw.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully that clarifies it. It's a lot better explained in the book. I think, Spoon, you said it was 111?
181.
180, okay. 181. I think... Just double checking, because I have it summarized in your...
Blood bonds on you lose their bond strength more slowly than normal, decreasing by 1 for each 3 months without being reinforced.
Yeah, so basically, just passively, when you're away from your sire, it'll just take longer for you to drop the bond, so... Okay. It's not too big of a deal. Just double checking here. Okay, yeah, you're good. You got anything else?
Not on my end, no.
All right. So Walmart is likely open. You guys have your phones, so if you check, you'll see there are some locations in safer areas of Chicago that you could go and visit and just kind of look around and buy some things. Bear in mind that this is overnight, so you might not have as many staff to assist you, but shouldn't stop you from getting mostly what you want and getting out of there. If I've learned anything about life, it's that night shifts tend to be wildly unpopular with 99% of the population. Because, most people want social lives. So, there is that. But okay. Continue your role play and just let me know when you're heading off to Walmart.
Alright, so assuming that we're going as one big happy family, are we taking the camper or are we taking both?
Is there a reason to take both?
It all being there when we get back.
Oh, well. That's a good point. I guess that's really up to you then, because either way, I'm going to be driving Bessie.
Alright. Thea, You got anywhere to stash the camper while we're investigating?
Um, does here count?
Would you trust here?
Well, I don't trust anywhere. Hey, Frosty, I don't think I have a place. I don't know. We and you really never discussed that.
We did actually.
Did we?
Your place, yes, your haven is listed on my sheet as your camper. That's
Yeah,
why
but
you're...
I mean, like as far as like a parking space for the camper, like there's nothing outside of just the camper itself, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely been interesting, and you've had some close calls, but you've made it work.
Just wanted to make sure that I wasn't like forgetting something.
Nope, you are totally good. There is something that yeah. Are you guys pulling out of the driveway?
If we decide
Are
we're
we
going
taking
together.
both vehicles?
I don't see a need to take both. But if we do need to take, well, no, because 3 people can't fit on one of them. I don't see a point in taking both.
So according to my plan, here's what I had going on in my head. Essentially, we get disposable clothes, or maybe we just go on a shopping spree, who cares? And we either go to the place, and then one of us, presumably me, circles around. So for that, we'd have to take both vehicles, because my character would probably only be trusted to drive the bike. But I can't fit 3 people on the bike. At least, unless Frosty says it's okay.
You would look... How much do you care about drawing attention to yourself?
Until we get there, not terribly.
Okay. It would look very odd, and you'd likely have to slow down, but it wouldn't be impossible to fit more people on the bike.
Real snuggly.
Snug as a bug, in fact. That said, as the GM, it likely makes the most sense to just take the camper. You guys have all fit in there no problem before.
Right, but again, if we're gonna go to the site, as the plan as I have envisioned it, if we go to the site immediately after Walmart or whatever, I have no bike to drive people away from as a getaway vehicle.
It's true.
Can't the camper be the getaway vehicle?
You expect this thing to be a getaway vehicle?
Wait,
I mean,
getaway?
we gonna be getting away. Be
And
driving.
it'll take
That's
us
the way.
40 minutes to get to 5 miles per hour.
Well, now she's street legal.
Sure, she's also very conspicuous.
She's also very heavy.
I ain't no way to talk about a lady, but all right.
We're talking about the camper.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. She's a lady.
Didn't nobody insult the camper? We are being honest, I guess. I mean, she's a big girl, and it would take a long time for us to quote unquote get away.
All right, I was just offering.
All right, look. Here's the plan. We'll go into the camper. We'll go to whatever. Buy clothes. Come back. Thea can stash her camper. And then I can drive you both to different points. And then you can investigate separately or together or whatever.
See, that sounds fine.
Hey, whatever, I don't care. Let's just do it.
I'm
If
gonna
you don't
lean
think
into
that Betty's good enough for you, then that's just fine. I see how it is.
I'm gonna lean into Thomas and just whisper under my breath, "You think she's mad that I called her camper fat?"
Maybe. Look, it's not about your camper being... I'm back to fucking air braking. Look, it's not about your camper being bad for it. It's just, would you want your camper shot up?
Well, no, of course not.
Because if we take it into Los Reyes territory, it's going to get shot up. Or shot at.
Heck, just about everywhere in this town is going to get shot at.
You guys are in the especially shady part of town. Not just a little bit shady, like the West Side Medical District, but like arguably the most shady in the South Side.
I'm just going to assume most of the
Sure, if that's
conversation
what y'all
from this
want to
point
do,
on.
let's do it.
I'm going to assume most of the conversation, if we have any more from this point on, is just taking place in the camper.
Yep, that's what I have assumed.
And then all into the Walmarts.
All right, are we all heading out?
Yep.
Wally World, here we go.
All right.
I just realized I also
See
need
ya.
to buy a blanket again.
See ignites the ignition. You can hear the purr of old Betty as she comes to life with about as much enthusiasm as any old camper can. She revs the engine a couple times and then carefully and slowly backs her way out of the garage, to which one of you closes manually. Thomas also knows better than to just let Thea pull out of the driveway as normal. He gives it a quick look to make sure nobody is sleeping, drugged out, or a combination of those things just nearby enough to get rolled over. Not seeing anybody, reaches back, opens the door, climbs in, and off to Walmart we go. The drive over is relatively uneventful. Occasionally, the sounds of sirens fill the otherwise silent Chicago night air. The various smells and crowds as you make your way through the suburbs, up into the downtown area, and then slightly further north, close to the nicer side of the city. You pull up just short at one of the local Walmarts. The parking lot is relatively empty, with a few cars spattered here and there. There are a few spaces emptied close to the front of the store, and the place at the moment appears as you would expect. People, or what few people are there, moving in and out of the building with their groceries. Usually single people, the odd couple, almost no children. There is the odd vagrant here. We have not progressed into the nicer part of the city. Panhandling, begging, perhaps sleeping, leaned up close to the building. You can see the odd security guard doing their runs, phone in hand, checking various areas of the side of the building with the phone itself. Flashlight kind of scanning along some of the little crossways and side passages that loop around the building. However, that said, it is a crescent moon. It shines down rather meekly, provides a nice kind of contrast to the otherwise very dark night. Several of the lights and lamps in the parking lot are burnt out. What few are available tend to have the most cars clustered underneath them. You pull the camper up close to a convenient parking space right next to the entrance, and can begin filing out if you wish.
Yeah, well, I get out.
Okay.
I will also get out.
I'll get out.
All right. Let's three of you exit. And assuming you head toward the front door, you have an option to take several carts, shopping baskets, and whatnot. You are greeted by an elderly woman, short, kind of hunched over, with a walker. She greets you kindly and friendly as you walk into the store, which is, for the most part, fairly empty. What kind of clothes do you guys wish to buy?
Probably
What
a
is
dark
our
blue sweater, black jacket, and some slacks.
Okay. So write all this down. So let's see here. we will have first you, Spoon. You wish to buy a what? Dark brown sweater?
A dark blue sweater.
Dark blue sweater? Okay. What else?
Black jacket.
What kind of a jacket? Like a regular, just rain jacket or biker jacket?
I guess we'll go with the biker jacket.
Edgy faggot. All right. Dark leather jacket. What else?
And some slacks.
And some slacks. Okay.
Oh, I also need to buy a blanket again.
Slacks and a blanket. Okay. Is that all for you?
Yep.
Do you wish to buy some stylish glasses to complete the I am an asshole look?
You know what? That's a good idea. I'll buy a set of sunglasses and I'll put them on my coat. I won't even wear them.
Okay. I knew you were a sucker for set bonuses. And some stylish.
Ah, yes, the best set bonus, edgy faggot.
If you were to hover over this set in the virtual world of my game, it would say in its italic text, "Congratulations, you're a dick." All right. See ya. Moving on to you. What are we getting for yourself? What is your style? Or the style you are choosing for now?
At this point, Tommy just said that everything is supposed to be disposable clothing, so I don't care as long as it's black. I probably would just be going along with Vivian, and whatever she told me to wear, as long as it was black, I would take it.
Okay, so a lot of dark colors. Do you want me to just wing it for you?
I'm letting her choose.
Oh, okay. Vivian, you have all the responsibility for choosing for yourself and for Thea. What do you choose?
Oh damn, for the both of us? Shit.
That's right.
Okay. So then, okay. For her, I'll go ahead and choose like some black, no boundaries, like ankle leggings, because I don't think that she is the same kind of like attire style that I am.
Okay.
And then he said disposable. Maybe because we're also like gonna try and do this all stealthy, like I presume.
Bear in mind that what you are doing. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go pee. Come up with some rough items that you think would make sense for a stealthy, we may get in a fight but are trying not to type of situation. So I will be right back.
Okay.
Keep in mind, Viv, depending on what you hold up, if I think it's too crazy, I probably would have pitched a fit.
Okay, that's fine.
The
I'm
no
like
boundary
literally-
things obviously aren't, but like if you had held up like a mini skirt, I probably would have.
Yeah. No. I'm literally on Walmart.com right now.
I love how you specified no boundaries, ankle leggings.
Well, that's what it said on
Very
the
specific.
website. It said it
No,
on
I
the
mean-
website.
No, that is the Walmart brand name. So yeah.
Just
I'm
as an
trying to
aside,
like.
Just
Uh-huh.
on the off chance this impacts the shopping in any way, my character probably would have, as we're walking in, is like, alright, we'll be back in 20 minutes. Well, this will be my treat. My idea anyway. Don't go too nuts and
Okay.
he'll probably leave into the men's section.
Oh my god, I want to change my answer. Sin here. I think that you're a character. Oh shit, that's not the address bar. I think you're a character would look really good in this. Let me go to it. Yeah. I think your character would look really good in that, regardless of if we get caught or not. So long as you get like your size, I feel like it'd be very form-fitting kind of deal. Oh, it is 2 pieces. I didn't realize. I thought that it was the bottom. I thought it was 1 piece.
If I
thought it
was
was
a
a
whammon,
whole
that
ass
would look comfy
bodysuit.
as shit.
Oh, wayman. I thought it was a bodysuit.
Those are thermal underwear.
Yeah.
I read that after the fact. Look, let's not talk about it. Hold on. Like I said, I thought it was a bodysuit.
I was initially scared to click on it because there was a waffle in there.
Is that a waffle?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, here you go, Sin. Here you
Not
go.
in full long johns.
I've got you. I got you. So those leggings and these pants, or this top. There you go.
Normal underwear leggings.
No,
More
let me
likely than you
erase that
think,
one.
apparently.
Let me get rid of this top one. There you go. So the leggings, which I do have a picture of as well. There you go. That outfit. I think that your character could probably pull that fucking attire off, no problem.
She will roll her eyes, but will take it because she doesn't give a fuck.
A man is willing to pay for your outfit and you don't give a fuck. This is foreign to my ears.
Okay. What if it's the leggings and this top? God damn it.
I'm so glad I made sure to clarify that my character basically offered to pay.
What if it's the leggings and that top? That top looks nice. It's a nice top.
Thea is going to take whatever Viv gives her within reason. If it was something she was picking out for herself, she would probably pick out something like this one you just sent. There's no way she would ever pick out the leotard. But, you know, if that's what you wanted to wear, then that's fine. She'll take it.
But yeah, the intention was to buy clothes that you wouldn't mind disposing of. I didn't say you had to buy them with the objective of throwing them in the trash the instant we were done. Assuming we were never caught. It was like, oh yeah, it was a quick in and out. We learned all about Sweetie Pepper and his disgusting fetishes, and then we found out where all the hostages are, and we disarmed the bomb, and we're good. No one knows we're there.
And then we went out back and threw her clothes in a dumpster and set it on fire.
Who knows why we did that?
They
Maybe
were
we played too much Grand Theft Auto 5. That's what I assume the people in Grand Theft Auto 5 do.
Wow, this is a 3-pack. That's a good price.
Vampire the Masquerade shopping episode.
Right? That's a good price.
Woo-wee. Okay. So, what do we got? Black ankle leggings. Thank you.
So she is gonna wear the thing that I posted in Discord. It is the leggings, and the nice shirt that's in there.
Oh, no leotard.
No. I erased that. We're going with the other shirt.
Don't call her that. She did her best.
I think you erased the thermals. You still have the ballerina thing there.
Damn, the model they chose for this. Let's go.
Did I? Shit.
Yeah, that's probably about what Thea looks like in something like that. Except, like, smaller chested. But generally speaking, yeah.
She has a head.
I know.
Point of clarification.
I've made that
In case
choice.
anyone thought that she didn't.
Sniff. All right. Fair enough. That will be your outfit. And
All
for
right.
yourself, Vivian, unless that was yours. That's
Nope,
for Thea. Yours.
I got rid of her the thing that she's actually wearing by accident. This one's mine, the one under Thea.
I see.
Oh no, the blouse is there.
The leotard is there and the leggings weren't. But that's
the leggings weren't. Oh.
So you have the top with the black sweater. Okay. All right. I got a rough idea what you got. What in fucking tarnation? That last one, though.
What's the last one? I didn't
It's
see it.
hilarious. That totally disrupted the image I had in my head. Very, like, lean, kind of Asian lady body, which is generally fairly thin. And then it, like, just gets disproportionately...
Look, I can't. I'm just scrolling, okay?
That's still pretty funny. Oh, God. That's fine. I have a good idea what that would look like. Who's paying? I'm not really worried about the price. One of
Tommy's
you
paying.
could just pay. Yeah, figured. Okay, don't worry about it, Spoon. You've got so much money still that this is like a drop in the bucket.
Just as an
Right.
aside, I'm also probably gonna like buy a spare motorcycle helmet because I don't assume I just have two. In the place
Whatever
where I
you
live.
guys get from here, write it down on your character sheet, please. I will let whoever is paying know, depending on your resources score, when this is actually starting to bite into funds. Whoever tends to pay, that is. Spoon, you'll be fine. All right. We're all dressed up, or going to get dressed up as we leave. You won't encounter anything particularly eventful. Again, as I said, the store is relatively quiet. A couple people bringing pallets of product in and out of back areas, filling shelves. Some associates looking at their phone, talking with one another. A couple of them you could have sworn purposely hid from you as you were coming around a corner. But generally speaking, it's a pretty quiet and easy in and out. Should you wish to simply end a clothing shopping? If you do, just let me know.
Yeah, I presume that my black shoes that I already have are good enough. I don't need shoes, so that's all I needed.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, I don't need anything else.
Sure. So, what do you wish to do now? You guys have your clothes. You can go back to the camper as you wish. Nothing particularly exciting has happened yet.
That's the plan.
Okay. So you head back to the camper. Where are you guys trying to go?
We are heading back
As soon as
to-
I get in the camper, I change.
Okay.
Sure. So everybody's going to take their turn changing and so on and so forth? That is assumed?
Sure.
Once you guys are done changing, I'm assuming you're going to go to where this shop is located?
The plan, as I remember, was we were going to drive back to Tommy's place. Tommy was going to pick up his bike, and assuming Thea either wants to stay there in her camper or put her camper somewhere much closer to the site, I was either going to drive Vivian, or Vivian was going to be driven by Thea, and my character is essentially going to start driving in the general area around the chop shop and essentially wait to pick somebody up if they get caught.
So, if I understand the plan correctly, the plan is to head back to your place,
right?
Pick up your bike.
Yep.
You will take that to the chop shop and basically act as a getaway.
Yep.
Thea and Vivian will both go in with whatever plan they come up with, and if things go poorly, then you're supposed to be the getaway driver. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. On the way back to the south side in the camper, give me a everybody give me a wits and investigation roll. You can see kind of just around one of the corners leading just off of 83rd, the familiar light patterns of emergency vehicles, likely police cars. There is the area has been cordoned off with caution tape, and there's at least 4 police cars there, along with several officers, some paramedics, and a fire truck. There appears to have been some sort of altercation, although it is difficult to make out details as you kind of just pass by. Let's see what we're rolling. So, Thomas, you had a success. Okay.
I had no successes.
You see one. Oh yeah, you had 0. I was looking at the wrong roll. Vivian rolled as well. She had 1. Okay. And Thea, I believe, knocked it out of the park with 3. Okay. Excuse me. Thea, you will see this. the glare of the lights and kind of the general number of people there make it difficult to pick out specifics initially, but as you drive by, you catch a familiar face out of the corner of your eye. It appears to be James. You could swear that it's him, and he's talking to some of the officers. He appears somewhat disheveled, and he is also being treated by a paramedic nearby. A lot of blood is apparently pulled around his left side, his left shoulder, and he appears to be in a state that would suggest he's worse for wear. There is somebody currently being wheeled into the ambulance. However, they are currently covered up fairly thoroughly, and it's difficult to make out details, even with the check you got. That said, that does appear to be who you've seen. Do you keep driving?
How close are we to Tommy's?
You are probably about like a minute or two away. So this was whatever this is happened fairly close.
Okay. I'm gonna keep driving, and yeah, I'm gonna keep driving, but I'm going to address it with everyone.
You're going to address it?
Yeah, like I'm gonna let everybody know what I saw. I'm not gonna
okay.
keep it to
Yeah, go ahead.
myself, but I am gonna keep driving.
Sure, yeah, you keep driving, and you can go ahead, let them know however you wish as you drive.
Hey, Tommy.
Hmm?
James. You know, that friend of yours.
Yeah.
How upset would you be if, he had gotten himself into some trouble?
Moderately? Why?
Well,
You're not planning on killing James this time again, are you?
no, I'm pretty sure that was him back there.
Wait, what?
And,
Where?
well, there seemed to be a medical emergency. He looked like he might have
what?
been a little bit hurt or something.
I
don't
jump
think
in
it was-
immediately and I go turn around.
Well, Sugar, I don't know that that's the best idea at this juncture.
Well, stop the car then.
Why don't we go around the corner? And if you want to go take a peek, we can. But we probably need to do that discreetly. We just went and changed clothes and everything, and I'm not about to park a car in front of all of them people and just jump out and go crazy. That ain't happening.
Alright, just stop the vehicle and drop me off, and you can go around the block that way.
All right.
I'll get
Where'd
off
you
with
say
him.
I'll look back
So
at
both-
these like, where did you say this was?
And I would like to think that I just went down the street and then during whatever the first turn was, so that they could see like straight down to where they'd be going.
Alright.
Does that sound reasonable?
Sure.
It does. So you'll basically be keeping an eye on them as they kind of go off to investigate whatever's going on.
Yes.
Okay, you'll have to do so carefully given the vehicle you're driving, but it's not impossible, especially given that the people in the area are likely distracted with whatever tasks they're going about.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable just leaving the car in this random location.
Yep. You pull up to the sidewalk just a little bit further away from one of the street lamps and let both Vivian and Thomas out.
All right, I'm gonna stay right here. But y'all come get me when you're done.
Will do.
Okay. What is the plan? The both of you basically get out on the sidewalk in this shady south side area. Again, there isn't too much variance in what these areas tend to look like. A lot of kind of derelict or abandoned looking homes. The odd one that might have a very poverty-stricken family living in it, but for the most part, these areas tend to be pretty uniform in their depression. Litter, trash, drug paraphernalia, all these sorts of things are a familiar sight. Overflowing trash cans, garbage, lawns that haven't been mowed for possibly years, fences in disrepair. It all kind of is a bit eerie under the moonlight. What little there is out tonight adds a certain extra layer of sadness to this unfortunate situation. How do you wish to approach the situation?
Tommy's gonna trundle down whatever passes for a sidewalk in this place on what he assumes to be the most direct route to this little convocade of EMT.
Yeah. So essentially what you see is there's a central area that appears to have caution tape set up. It's a rather large zone. There are a few police cars that are cordoning off the streets. And there are officers at each little junction just keeping an eye on things. You know, some of them look at their phones, talk to each other, but occasionally they'll look around and make sure nobody's where they shouldn't. How are you approaching? Are you trying to be stealthy about it, go through backyards, houses, or are you just walking straight on?
I'm just walking straight up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vivian, how about you?
I'm walking with him.
All right, you both kind of walk up until you get to the caution tape, and you will be promptly stopped by an officer. Kind of a short, balding fellow, beer belly, notebook in his hand, relatively well put together, all things considered, clean uniform. Everything appears to be in order. Is a rather distinctive small little mustache just beneath his nose. He looks at you both. Ma'am, sir, you can't approach beyond this line.
Yeah, hey, I'm Tommy Jag. Heard a friend of mine was being picked up by the EMTs. You guys need any help?
The officer looks you up and down. You're an EMT?
I'm out of uniform.
Appreciate the offer, but we do have the situation under control. Thank you.
Alright, you mind if I talk to my friend over there? My character points to where I can only assume James is.
The officer kind of gives you a look up and down, and his gaze eventually falls to Vivian, and he says,
I look like I am just the saddest fucking puppy dog because my man's is hurt.
Yep, you can see kind of a brief flicker of concern cross his features before he returns to kind of that stony-faced look. At the moment, we're still questioning the gentleman, so I would say it would likely be best if you phone them later, sir.
Yeah.
I'm hold on. Oh God, I want to just be like, excuse me, sir, and let me know if he at least looks at me and I can look him in the eye.
Sure, go ahead, roleplay.
Cool. Excuse me, sir. We need to know if our friend is okay, so it would be great if you would just, and I cast Compel and say, let us in without issue.
Okay, let's look up Compel. Let's see. Compel. That is a dominate power. With eye contact, the vampire can issue the victim a single action command no longer than a short sentence. That was a bit longer than a short sentence. Maybe rephrase it.
Well, the cast Compel was in the middle of talking. Does it still count?
No, I'm assuming you're trying to make this sound as natural as possible.
It sounded like the command was
So
let us in without issue.
So you will automatically succeed because he's not prepared for it. But also, I would need you to come up with a bit more of a clever way of telling him it's supposed to be a short command. And that was a generous one.
Okay. Can I just do let us in?
You could. Is that what you wish to say?
Yeah, we'll do that then.
Okay. Before you do that, I will give you a. I'll give you a wits and. Hold on. I'm actually gonna look at your character sheet. This is a curious situation. Yeah, give me a wits and awareness check. Sorry, wits and investigation. Before you
please be better than the last one. Ooh, yay.
Okay, yep, that's a success. You can see that there are at least 3 other officers near him, and while they're not exactly paying attention to the situation as closely as they should be, it's not a stretch to assume that even if he let you in, those 3 would wonder what he's doing.
Okay, well, they can wonder what he's doing, and then Tommy could just play the EMT card some more.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. You cast Compel. You make eye contact with him, and go ahead. How do you do this?
I just say thank you. After you, Tommy. I'm sure that you can explain the whole reason of us being here.
Wait, hold on. Before you get excited. Fuck you, no Raz check. Okay.
Now I'm even more excited.
As you speak to him and request entry, you can see at first nothing changes, but as you call upon the power of the blood, you force your will on him, and you can see his head very briefly flick as though he had been suddenly possessed of something that was not his own free will. He gets this briefly glazed over look in his eye, and you say, what do you say?
Let us in.
You say, let us in, and he kind of just stares blankly and goes, yeah, sure, no problem. He just sort of raises the caution tape, and then you can both go in if you want.
He's just gonna pass him after Tommy and be like, thank you so much. You're a blessing. And then walk on.
Yep.
My character looks...
you can follow as well, Tommy, if you want. However...
I'm following after him.
However... Okay. Are you trying to be stealthy at all, or are you just walking in?
Well, I followed after Tommy, so I'll let him decide.
My character will give the guy a bit of a look as he's behaving very contrary to what he used to, and my character is acting with some bit of suspicion, and my stealth is not my character's strong suit. He's gonna give him a like, yeah, thanks, and just starts trundling on out in the open.
Okay, yeah, you guys just both casually walk up. A couple of the other officers that were near the one that just let you over give you a bit of a look, and one of them walks up to him and kind of looks over at him and goes, "Hey, man, like, what are you doing? We're not supposed to let people over the tape. Did you?" And he starts asking him questions. The other 2 follow you very intently, and one of them actually begins to approach you while the other one kind of just sits back. She's relatively short, with long blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, kind of bluish eyes, rather unremarkable appearance-wise. But even in spite of her police garb, you can tell that she's probably quite busty. Rather average shape. He walks up to you both and goes, "Excuse me.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be over the caution tape. Could you please go back over and wait for us to conclude this investigation?"
Oh, yeah. I got my bandage bag here. I'm an EMT.
Okay. She gives you a look up and down and says, "Could I see your ID, please, sir?"
Sure.
Okay, yeah. You bust out your ID and show it to her?
Yeah.
Okay, we do so. She looks over at Vivian. And you, ma'am?
I'm with him and the guy that's injured.
Are you also an EMT?
No, I'm his assistant.
Whose assistant? Are you saying Thomas's, or are you saying
Yeah, Tommy's. Tommy Teller.
Are you in your EMT outfit, Spoon?
Nope. We discussed that I changed beforehand. I basically just.
That's why I'm double checking.
Mm-hmm. My character has the bag, which
It's
you
like
just
a ride along thing.
Okay.
That's what I'll say. It's a ride along.
She goes, "Oh, a trainee."
My character nods.
Oh, I see.
Look,
Vivian.
if this is gonna be trouble. We can fuck off.
No. Hold on. She's still kind of looking at Vivian. Are you ready
I'm
for
gonna
this
look
one?
shy.
Are you lying?
God damn it, yeah? Technically, I rode along here.
That is the superpower I want against women. Are you lying? Yes. Thank you, Jesus.
But so is Tommy.
He's an EMT. He's not lying.
He's lying about me being a ride along.
I didn't
He's
say
also
shit
not-
about being right along.
He also would not be lying about that technically.
Exactly. So technically, I'm not either.
Not all technicalities are created equal.
Ah, God damn it. All right, what do I roll?
Okay. Roll a manipulation
Oh, okay.
and subterfuge. That's 4 dice
Oh, fuck yeah.
against her wits and insight.
Fuck yeah!
And before she rolls a critical success.
You have 3 successes, and she has 3 successes.
I have a critical success, though.
You would need 2 10s for a critical success.
What? I thought it. Oh.
That's how that works, unfortunately.
However, if you were to roll 2 10s, you would have 4 more successes as opposed to 1 each from those 10s. That's how it works.
Okay, so then the
doubled them up.
10 doesn't count as 2 by itself?
No, it only counts as 2 when you roll 2 10s. Otherwise, it's just 1.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
She ties you.
Ties go to me, right?
Well, she is the active character, so in this instance, no. But if you were the active character, basically the person who initiated the roll, then it would have gone to you. However, she's not a kindred, so this is how I'll roll with this for now. She gives you a look up and down and seems a bit unsure about the situation. Granted, Tommy's ID does seem to check out, and he does seem to present the bag filled with medical supplies, which would be very uncommon for anybody but an EMT to be bringing to the scene. She gets on her radio and calls over to one of the other officers. Jim? Yeah? Could you please ask the EMTs if they're waiting on any additional support? Yeah, 10-4, will do. Just wait here, sir. We'll just make sure that you're supposed to be on the crime scene, and we'll just let you right on through with your trainee.
I happened upon here. Again, if we're gonna be a problem, we can just fuck off.
That's no problem, sir. Oh, so you don't have any... They don't know you're coming?
We just drove by and saw that everything was happening.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then, sir, even if you are an EMT, we do have the situation covered. We appreciate it, but we're gonna have to ask you to step back over the line, please.
Can I see James from here?
You can.
Can I just, like, hold my hand up and call out, James?
You can.
Okay, I'm gonna see if that, like, helps us at all.
Yeah, you hold your hand up and do you scream or just kind of...
I'll put my other hand in my mouth so that the voice carries more, so that in hopes that he hears me, but I'm not trying to, like, scream bloody murder like I'm under attack.
I just wanted to know if you were concerned screaming or psycho screaming. So
Oh,
concerned.
concerned, yeah.
Yeah, you raise your hand up and go, "Hey, James, over here." The woman kind of purposefully steps in front of you and goes, "Ma'am, we're still questioning him. Whatever questions you have about the situation, if they could please wait until we're done our work, I'm sure your friend, if this is your friend, would be more than happy to discuss it with you at some point. Just not now, please."
No, yeah, I completely understand. But if, God, I can cast compel however many times I want, right?
Technically.
Okay, then I'll just be. Look, I totally understand. Okay, but I am concerned about him over there. So if you could please just also, and then compel, let us by.
Okay. Well, she's not expecting this, so she won't be resisting you. Yeah, you basically say, "Let me pass," and she sort of goes from being thorough in her work to just suddenly very relaxed. She kind of shakes her head briefly and just sort of steps aside. Yeah, sure. And just lets you by. One of the male officers who was paying attention to the exchange looks over and he sort of gets this look in his eye before reaching for his radio and saying something into it. Although you
Wouldn't
can't.
we be able to hear what it is? Because she's
No.
standing right in front of us.
He's
a
being
male
particularly quiet. It's the other one who hung back when she came to question you.
I know, but on the radio, it would come through hers too, wouldn't it?
It's not coming through her radio.
Weird. Okay.
Radios have multiple channels.
Seeing that this is being a pattern, however, my character is going to lightly grab
Spoon, Thomas, your character realizes that this is definitely some sort of supernatural compulsion that she has used. You don't know how or why, but you know that this is what she's doing. And it's working, but this is starting to build up into a scene that it really doesn't need to be. However, one of the officers has definitely taken note, and both of you, if you should choose to look, although I would say Vivian would have to roll because she seems rather pointedly focused on James's situation. You can see this without rolling, or Thomas can, Spoon. Vivian would have to roll because she's very focused on getting to James.
Okay, to
I'm
reiterate
not
what
going to be rolling.
To reiterate what I was trying to do, having seen that there is a pattern of Vivian literally just supernaturally trying to bullshit her way to talk to a hombre, I'm going to grab her arm and I'm going to say, "What are you doing? What are you doing?"
Yep.
He's hurt.
And there's not much we can do with that. We get caught trying to pass a cordon. Now let's just pretend that we were told to fuck off and we'll fuck off.
Okay. And I'll look back at her and I'm like, thank you anyway. I appreciate you talking to us. And I'll look super sad and I'll turn away with Tommy.
She still kind of has that strangely eerie, vacant look on her face. Yes, it was nice talking to you. It's very kind of unsettling power to use on people. The officer that you had initially passed is also in a similar state still, kind of almost a weird, dazed sort of condition. Both of you kind of slide your way under the caution tape, and I'm guessing you walk back toward the camper?
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to get some coffee. Think about your awful power tripping. I'll be right back.
This entire scene seemed like the very definition of just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Oh, but it was James.
And you know what? I was willing to go with it after the first time, but you know what? After we were effectively being called out by what these like half of a squad of police officers, like, you know, maybe we just call this, maybe we just call this an accident. It's like, oh yeah, well don't worry, we'll fuck off and we'll ask him later.
It's an
Because
out
the
of
consequences
character.
of ignoring that seem much dire than it's like, hey, James, are you okay? Oh, yeah, I got stabbed by some bitch.
As an
Really, I'm
out of
hoping.
character observer, that
Say what?
third cop had me super nervous.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure the second in position now knows exactly where we are and knows what our
Hmm.
favorite dietary blood type is and how often we sleep and where we go and what we do and how we like our hair. All the good stuff.
Lovely.
It's just a cop. It's not the CIA.
Yeah, but it didn't come through the other
Sure, but there's
cops'
a lot of
radio.
guys with notebooks.
Yeah, but at the very least, I went with it and made it seem like we were gonna go ahead and say fuck it. Appreciate your time, toodaloo. So hopefully that earns us some. Oh, she was just begging one last time and was told no, kind of thing.
If nothing else, this encapsulates why my character shouldn't be sneaking anywhere. It's because, well, how does he tend to get anywhere? Well, he tells the truth. Or as close to the truth as physically possible that doesn't directly incriminate him.
I am an EMT.
He wasn't lying.
Yeah?
It's like, yeah, I'm carrying this giant bag filled with fucking bandages and forceps and scissors and all the other good shit.
See,
my
manipulation is high as fuck, so I basically just only lie.
Your manipulation's up is your 4?
As you guys,
I know, but it is a 3.
as you guys make your way beneath the caution tape, you can hear something just behind the officer who initially greeted you. It's a very brief conversation. Hey, Sally, you know we're not supposed to let people buy the caution tape, right? I gotta talk to Frank after, too. You know we're not supposed to, right? Why'd you let them in? Oh, they asked me? He kind of looks at her real close. He kind of waves a hand in front of her face. Hey! He snaps. Are you okay? Like, something wrong with you? She goes, no, I'm fine.
Someone's getting a reprimand after this.
Yeah, hey, Sally, do you want to just come and, just come sit over here? I'm gonna go talk to Frank real quick. The, female officer kind of goes and begins to sit, or lean up, rather, against one of the, squad cars as she sort of looks a bit confused. The male officer then, as you guys are basically starting to make distance on the, police cordon, he walks up to him. Hey, Frank, you know we're not supposed to let people buy the caution tape, right, buddy? Oh, yeah, I remember. Why didn't you just turn them away? He expresses much of the same kind of dazed confusion that the woman did. I don't. They just kind of asked, and I guess they just let him in. The other officer kind of looks again a bit closer. He sort of waves a hand in front of Frank's face, and then he kind of does some snapping motions. Hey, Frank, are you okay, buddy? Yeah, I'm good. And that's where that ends for you guys. All right. You head back to the camper. And Thea is more than overjoyed to see you. Here's the doors of her camper open. And roleplay.
Well, that was quicker than I expected it to be. How's your friend?
No idea. Didn't get a good look at him.
Well, I'm sure he's all right. I mean, he was sitting up. He seemed like he was, surviving. There's some people there to help him.
I'll give him a call later. We still got work to do. I'm defaulting to Arabic again.
I'm sorry, Viv. I know you got a sweet spot for the guy, but he gonna be all right. Not to mention, he ain't your guy.
Just gonna murmur under my breath and be like, "Fucking cops."
Yep.
Honey,
And
you
what
don't
do
have to
you
let
mean
him
he's
go.
not my guy?
He clearly ain't your guy. I mean, I don't know what all that drama was yesterday. You getting all crazy, putting a gun in my face and all sorts of other shit, acting like you some lovesick puppy dog done been wronged by a man, and then he don't even know who you are. He's
Oh, we talked all
proposing to
of that out
somebody else.
already. We talked all of that out. He's just doing it for his mom.
Did we?
Me and him did, yeah, when I went home.
He proposed to her.
In front of us.
In front of his mother as well. Like I said, she's basically just the beard. I mean, look at her and look at me. His mom's on her,
I'm going to
she's
ask
close.
2 questions before we continue the roleplay. The first question is, do Thomas or Thea have any reason to disbelieve things that Vivian says?
Yes.
Yes.
My second, and what is quickly becoming my favorite question to ask women in roleplay and in real life.
Yes.
Thank you.
Subterfuge.
Oh, sweetheart. You know it. Manipulation and subterfuge
Well, fuck. Can I do a wits or a willpower? I mean,
versus their. Well, first let's get the first rolls out, then we'll go from here. So it would
Okay.
be yours, manipulation and subterfuge against their. I would say. What skills are we looking at? Wits and insight. So after everybody rolls, we can start looking at willpower expenditure
okay.
for those of us that wish to reroll. All right, so for Thea, we've got what appears to be 3 successes. For Vivian, we have a toasty 1 success. For Thomas, we have 2 successes. Okay. Who here wishes to use willpower to reroll up to 3 dice?
I do.
That is unnecessary.
Okay. Vivian, do you wish to use your willpower?
I do.
Okay, well, you can reroll all 3 of your normal die and cross off a willpower.
Well, fuck.
Okay. Unfortunate. That would bring you to 2 successes. Thea has 3. That ties you with Tommy. Since you are the active kindred against Thomas, I would say that you could feasibly convince him that you're telling the truth. However, Thea knows better. Does anybody wish to reroll with willpower?
I can't do it again, can I?
In theory, you could do it again, but be very careful in spending your willpower because it's hard to get back.
Okay.
And the games we're doing aren't in a succession of one night over, one night over. If that was the case, I wouldn't let you reroll constantly because your willpower would come back too easily.
Okay.
If you wish, then you can keep rolling until you get a result that you like, or you can keep what you have right now.
No, I'll leave it.
Okay. Thea, you get the suspicion that she's not only not telling the truth, but she's trying very hard to obscure something that's been quite obvious to you since the dinner meetup. Tommy, you don't outright believe her, but maybe there could be more to this story. She might not be entirely lying to you. Continue.
Tommy? Or both of us?
Whoever wishes to continue the role play, yeah, you guys can continue the discussion you're having. That's just kind of Thea, you don't buy it. Tommy, you think that there are half truths being spoken here, but it's not a total lie based on the role. Yeah, that's how I'm ruling that for now. Go ahead,
You crazier than a two-pecker billy goat. There ain't no way that this is all for his mama. That boy don't want you, that boy don't know you, and you need to get over it.
It sounds like you don't know anything, Thea, and I'll just look out the window.
Oh, honey, you done lost your dang mind.
Does Thomas say anything?
Vivian?
Hmm.
What was the vision?
Oh, yeah. I forgot to tell you guys about that. So, when I was over there, I had a vision that you, Thea, James were all at this event going on outside, but there was like, it was weird. There was a priest, there was a full moon, a red carpet. It seemed like it was in the summertime, but the sun was dim, and how there was a full moon but a dim sun was very strange as well. There were like lanterns that were on the porch, and some people were asleep.
What?
Okay, so what did this have to do with holding Thea at gunpoint and wanting desperately to get into this party?
Because I thought that the woman was a werewolf at first, and I didn't know that you guys knew them, and I didn't want her going in there.
There's a lot of missing pieces in this story.
I can only tell you what I saw. All right, it's not like it's written out in black and white like a book.
Yeah, I understand that, but I still don't understand why you put that gun in my face.
Because you were going in there. It's just that easy, that simple.
So you thought that Thea was a werewolf?
No. I forgot her name. What's the girl's name? Christine. I thought Christine was a werewolf.
What does it have to do with
and
me?
I still think she's a werewolf.
Why?
Because she's crazier than a two-pecker billy goat, that's why.
I'm not drawing the conclusion from an event in the night.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It didn't seem like it was entirely night.
But what does that have to do with anything?
I don't know yet. Again, it's not all in black and white. It's not a book. I just simply saw everybody there. There was a full moon, but a dim sun. Okay. And there were people that were asleep. I don't know what to tell you. All right. You and James and Tommy were all there, and I don't know why. All I know is that I think Christine possibly has more ties to this than I originally expected. And because you guys pulled up during my investigation of the whole werewolf theory, that is why I freaked out about you going in there, okay? I don't know what else to tell you.
How did you get there?
Uber. Oh, wait, no, that was to his house. Bike. I asked a man for his bike.
Asked. Alright.
Yeah.
Assuming I believe that. Alright. So, why were you so vehemently, nearly violently opposed to getting into this man's house?
I wasn't opposed to getting into his house. I wanted to go into his house.
let me rephrase, opposed to the idea of not being in his house, to the point where you point a gun at Thea.
I don't understand where the disconnect between I think that she might be a werewolf or have ties to something in that regard.
So now you do think Thea's a werewolf?
Not Thea, Christine.
So you had a gun in my face because you didn't want me to be near a werewolf? I ain't buying it.
Well, don't buy it then. But in the summertime, when the vision happens, just know that we had this conversation.
And that nothing of value was gained. Look, my character's gonna reach out and try and grasp Vivian's shoulders. Vivian, I'm going to just point this out on the off chance that this helps. Pointing a gun at the people who are trying to get to know you on some level isn't going to ingratiate you to them. Try your words.
Like, if it makes you feel better, I didn't ask to get to know you. I was told to.
That's fair. However, we didn't
Nobody
ask to have
told
a
you to
gun
put on my
pulled on us
mom's
when we were going
dress.
to a party.
I already apologized for that. Thea, either get over it or don't. It's your decision.
Your mood's giving me whiplash. I swear. One minute you're crazy, the next minute you're freaking Shirley Temple. I don't know who this Viv is, but how many Viv you got in there?
Probably several more.
Oh, joy. I'll get the door. Yep.
Thea, your phone buzzes in your pocket.
I check it.
It's from Charlie.
Is it a call or a text? Yeah.
Text.
My character will be outside, basically, like, trying to waver in.
You can tell if you should so choose to read it.
I definitely will be reading it, yes.
Great. Sin,
Yes.
you cannot see me, but I'm doing a seductive finger motion. Come with me for just a couple minutes. I will try to make it short.
Okay.
Meanwhile, my character's outside. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. And there she goes.
Sorry, guys. Continue. You are basically pulling up into Thomas's driveway, and you notice something that's a bit disconcerting. Your headlights catch several strange-looking younger Latino men, very obviously scoping out the area in general, including Thomas's property. There's quite a few of them, probably about 7 or so, of varying shapes and sizes, but most definitely in a similar vein to the fellows you encountered a couple nights ago. They seem to be kind of scouring the area in general, speaking to, harassing, or otherwise threatening people in the immediate area. Just based on what you guys can see at a casual glance. You can't hear anything as you're obviously in the vehicle. And you're just far enough away that you haven't caught their attention just yet. Several of them appear armed. A mixture of knives, a couple bats, and some firearms that are brandished fairly openly.
Have we pulled into the driveway?
Not yet. You're approaching the area. You can see several overly stylized cars, low riding, with very gaudy and sort of unnecessary designs here and there that sort of contrast rather humorously against their otherwise low class, as it were. It's basically that thing where you take a rather unremarkable car and you try to soup it up so it looks better, but people see right through it. A lot of that. There are several of them parked kind of haphazardly along the sidewalk, sometimes across someone's lawn. Something is going on here. Something not entirely pleasant. What you guys can see at this distance is several of these members are looking for anybody that isn't obviously part of their own group and just kind of hauling them out, threatening them with weapons, asking questions in a very aggressive, kind of violent fashion. Some people are getting hit, punched, or otherwise very lightly kind of abused for whatever reason. And most of them, obviously, vagrants or the homeless. They don't seem to be approaching what very few homes are actually lived in. But they are definitely doing their work, finding anybody they can, and looks like interrogating them for some reason. That is what you guys can see. At the moment, your vehicle hasn't caught their notice, but if you get any closer, you very likely will.
Well, it looks like we're going to have some trouble up here in a minute. Y'all want me to turn down another road?
Seems like
I
a
want to
good
go
idea.
right through. All right.
What are you guys doing?
Looks like we're turning down
Think-
another road.
See if we can we try to avoid that area.
This is very close to where Thomas lives. In fact, if you wanted to pull back into where he lives, it would be very difficult to avoid potential notice. Are you trying just to sort of back out of the street in general and head the other way? There are no side roads as you get to about the middle of the street. You'd essentially have to do a full reversal. Is that what you want to do?
Well, Tommy, it's your house.
It's basically a straight lane. You go right through to the other side, and then you can start turning into other areas.
If we want to lay low, then, well, there's only two ways to go.
Yeah, that really ain't an answer. Do you want me to turn around? Or are you concerned about that motorcycle of yours?
Seems like you're just going around asking questions.
Alright, fine by me. And I'm gonna turn down another road / turn around. Whatever we have to do to avoid that area.
Thea, give me a wits and a drive check.
As soon as I connect again.
Actually, hold on. Give me a wits and awareness check.
Okay, hold on.
Actually,
I have been.
No, wits and drive. Wits and drive.
Okay.
I don't want you to have to do 2 rolls. We can just sum it up into 1.
I am trying to get logged back in. It had kicked me out. And I've been trying for the last 15 minutes.
Our 3-minute wank session was too short, so I have power tripped as the GM and punished you thoroughly. Or you just randomly disconnected. One of the two.
Seems like I don't have internet now, but I clearly do.
Uh-oh.
So I don't know what is going on.
Ruh-roh.
Here we go. Okay. I don't know. That was a Roll20 issue because everything else was working. All right. Now, which one did you say you wanted again?
I've summed it up into 1 roll. Technically, it should be 2, but I'm trying to keep rolls out of the game as much as possible. So let's do wits and drive.
Wits and drive?
That's right. I think you have drive. Or
We do
like,
have drive.
I think drive is a skill, yeah. You have like... How many successes did you roll? 2?
2?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, good enough. Even though it's a bit dark, you are a fairly careful driver. And at the last second, you see something or someone just out of the corner of your eye, left side of your mirror, just barely getting out from behind your car. But you, of course, are intelligent enough to know to just slam on the brakes to try and stop the vehicle, because whoever this is, and it appears to be a female silhouette, is just close enough that if you don't stop, you'd run her over. I'm assuming you want to hit the brakes, or do you just want to keep going backwards? Fuck it.
I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, okay. You hit the brakes, and the screeching of your tires kind of fills the night air. And almost as if out of a sort of a horror movie, you see two hands and a face just plop themselves on your driver's side window. And you can just kind of barely hear. Well, you can hear what they're saying on the other side of the glass. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Is it someone I recognize?
Yes. Give me. No, this was recently enough. I won't have you roll. You remember that woman whose dress you, in quotations, borrowed?
Oh, motherfucker.
Lo and
Yeah.
behold, if it's not her, although she doesn't look as good as she did that night.
What the hell?
She's looking a bit disheveled and a little bit dirty, like she hasn't taken care of herself in a couple days. And she looks almost as crazy as Vivian, slammed up against your window as such.
Bitch looking crazy.
I was looking everywhere for you. I've only thought about you for the last couple days. I missed you so much. I'm so glad somebody had a picture of your license plate. I never would have found you.
I want to go up.
What the fuck is happening?
I want to go up to the window where I can see this girl too, and be like, "How many of you are there?"
Yeah. To give you an idea, she's on a good day, you could say that she's a relatively attractive younger woman, probably in her early 20s, with shoulder-length kind of brunette hair, brown eyes, and fair skin. Although right now she seems to be in sort of a haphazardly thrown together wardrobe, literally just anything. She looks fairly dirty and has several stains of varying varieties on her clothing, and she's covered in mud, dirt, and otherwise. Maybe a little bit of blood and running mascara. She is just planted on the window, smiling like a mad woman, eyeing Thea with a sort of maddened, overly enthusiastic look.
What in the hell?
She keeps banging on your window. I was looking everywhere for you. Please, can we talk?
Assuming that she's being allowed enough, is there any attention being drawn?
At the moment, no, but given enough time, who knows?
Okay.
You're just far enough away that right now you're not drawing any attention, but you don't know how long those men are going to be at the other end of the street there.
Well, since I don't necessarily know what's going on with her right now,
all you and Thomas see is a crazed-looking, relatively cute, in her own messy way, kind of woman just slamming madly on the window, trying to talk to Thea. She's saying all sorts of crazy stuff. I know it was just one night, but I couldn't stop thinking about you, and I missed you, and it was so much fun.
shit, shut up and get in the van before you get their attention. And I'm just going to direct her over to the door of the camper.
Yeah, you direct her over to the door of the camper, but you're not there to open it. I'm assuming
I'll
you're leaving
open it.
Vivian to do it?
Sure.
All right, Vivian, yeah, you open the camper door, and then with, some spry agility, this little waif just rushes right into the camper, up the stairs, almost trips and cracks her head on the side of one of the kind of makeshift tables, slinks off through the side, reaches over the driver's seat, and attempts to throw her arms around Thea.
I'm going to just wide-eyed stare at them while I slowly close the door.
Yeah, you give your companions a wide-eyed stare and slowly kind of pull the camper door closed. Unless prevented, the young woman would basically attempt to start very sensually and tenderly kissing along Thea's neck and then up along to her cheek.
I want to walk over to Tommy and just whisper, I could
Very-
be like her.
Very rapidly and very, like, lovingly, or at least that's what it would appear and feel like. You're young enough that you sort of remember what that's like.
Tommy looking at this entire situation with a completely bewildered look, just hands almost at his side with his palms facing outward, is like, what the fuck is going on kind of motion. Is like, looks at Vivian. Relative
Nope. I would stand to reason that this behavior here makes me look sane.
We're not doing the totem pole here, young lady.
I'm going to attempt to be driving during this incident.
You would have to calm her down, or it would become dangerous for you to drive. She's very enthusiastic.
I could drive.
Very.
From the description, it basically sounds like she's trying to borderline, like, pet you.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Honey, we gonna figure all this out, but right now this is a real bad area and I'm trying to get us somewhere. Can you just go back there and sit down for a minute?
What you see is a very humorous scene of Thea trying to reasonably and rationally redirect her affection, occasionally like moving her head off to the side as the woman leans in and tries to like sneak a kiss or a caress or something in there. It's almost like a Matrix dodge except for affection. It's funny.
How do I reach these keys?
Does she move back at all?
Eventually, if she thinks you're serious, she'll back up. How serious are you? Because and I know you ladies know the difference. There's oh no, stop, and then there's stop.
Being rude to her?
I feel like there's
But I am
3
being-
different versions.
Very serious.
Yeah,
Yep.
there's a 3rd version in there, sir. There's a hey, let's stop for a minute kind of tone too, sir.
Either or, whichever. Okay. Realizing that perhaps you're being serious, she ceases her affection and takes a couple steps back, although she looks somewhat disappointed, like a wounded dog you just kicked in the face.
See, if you need me to drive, I could drive.
Ma'am. No, ma'am. Alright, I'm going to drive us away to a whatever road I can turn down that might be a little bit more quiet, where I would feel comfortable like just putting it in park for a moment. Not around gang members.
Sure, so you're in a pretty shady area of town, but there are a couple spots that are a bit out of the way. There's an old drive-through that you could park in and likely get some private time, although, to be honest, there aren't too many places you could park a vehicle looking like yours without it looking like something's going down. But relatively
I'm not trying to
private.
park it like forever. Just
No, I know.
put
Well,
it in
then
park.
I'll lean over to Thea and tell her she could just go to my house.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you tell them where you live?
Yeah.
Okay. Just
How
double
is
check.
she supposed to get there?
Well, I like to be sure that you're giving the information so I can reference it in the future.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I believe
I will whisper it into her ear.
Hey, you would know that Vivian lives on 83rd, which isn't too far from 87th, which is where I believe Thomas lives. This is an equally shady area, but at the very least, maybe you can get some peace and not risk an encounter with certain angry Latino hoodlums.
Or suspicious cops.
Or suspicious cops, that's true.
Okay.
Vivian will, I'm assuming, give you directions and guide you the way there.
Yeah.
Eventually, you guys will pull up into a rather dingy-looking middle-class home. It doesn't look like it's seen much in the way of upgrades or, well, upkeep in general. But on the plus side, it's somewhat nicer than Thomas's place. The decor is similar, which is to say awful and almost non-existent in all the positive ways. kind of rickety wood with kind of several dented, broken, or otherwise loose boards hanging here or there, a porch that is almost entirely caved in, some hazardous-looking stairs that appear quite fragile, a door that looks like with just a minimal amount of effort would come off of its hinges. Not a great place, but still an upgrade from where Thomas typically allows you to stay. As you begin to pull into the driveway, the agitated young woman in the back kind of speaks up again. So, can I have you to myself tonight? Can we do what you did last time?
What'd you do last time, Thea? How'd you turn somebody into me?
She continues. The woman just like blurts out a bunch of stuff. I don't know what she did, but it was incredible. It felt so good. It was better than anything I've ever felt. I just want to try it again.
Oh, sugar. Listen, hon. I'm sorry. How did you find me?
Oh, so some of the people at the club, with some convincing, they gave me some camera footage of the parking lot, and I looked everywhere for you, and I saw you get into your camper and leave. You still have my dress?
You want your dress back?
You got mad at me for taking a dress and you took hers?
Okay, that's different, hon. Don't you get me started. I'll deal. We've been through this.
The woman holds up a hand and goes, No, I don't want it back. You can have it. I just want you.
Oh my.
Don't you remember? We spent that time together, and you said all those nice things, and you even said that you liked me, and...
I mean, we made out in the bathroom.
Well, it was the best makeout I've ever had. It was magical. I don't know what you did, but you've got some sort of touch.
You haven't been with too many women, have you?
Thomas and Vivian, I will not make you roll for this. This is definitely not normal.
Oh yeah.
And
I'm
both of you
staring
know
at Tommy. While listening, I'm just staring at Tommy to try and figure out what the hell is going through his mind with all of this.
While
with
you
like
may
my
not,
eyebrows raised.
while you may not know exact details, this is generally not normal behavior, and there's something just off with how this woman behaves. Her attention at the moment is mostly singular and fixated on Thea and some sort of experience. Now, granted, people can have great sex and get into all sorts of degeneracy. That's something that totally can happen. But to be this blown away is entirely uncommon and usually not the case. So there is definitely something else going on here. She, every time she thinks she has an opportunity, she scoots closer and closer to Thea, and you can see, like, her sort of tapping her fingers against her thighs and kind of biting her wrist and her fingernails, almost as if she was anxious.
Sweetheart, you seem like a real nice girl.
Her eyes widen.
And I'm sorry if I gave you the impression that I was looking for a relationship. I had a real nice time, but you don't want to be involved in my life.
She very quickly kind of waves her hand just shy of your face and says, "No, it's fine. I've never been with a woman before, but I want to try it with you. It was such a good night. You're so much nicer to me than my boyfriend was. Please give me a chance. I'll do whatever you want."
Am I to understand? You asked for video footage to find out my car information and come find me for a booty call.
No, I sort of couldn't stop thinking about you, and they wouldn't help me, so I kind of filed a police report.
Excuse me?
But I found it.
I immediately dart my eyes at Thea.
Don't worry, I'll call it off. I just needed help getting getting your license plate and finding you, and I'll call it off. I'll say it was all a mistake.
Yeah, why don't we do that right now?
I mean, yeah, well, we can do it, but can we spend some time together first?
Oh, honey, no, I think we should do that right now, because if they come find me and me and you are in here together, then they're going to pull us apart. I really think you should do that first.
Give me... Okay. Thea, are you lying?
Obviously not.
Okay. She looks a bit uncertain. Do you command her or do you suggest her?
Define command.
You tell her to do. For example, Sin, make me a sandwich. Command. Sin, could I please have a sandwich, and would you make it for me?
Okay, it's more of a command, yeah.
There you go.
I don't like the term command in this scenario, but sure.
I mean,
If those are my two options.
I would say ultimatum. You do this, or this doesn't happen.
Well, it depends. It depends on how Sin / Thea wishes to approach it.
It is a stronger stance. I am making it very apparent that this is what I want.
It really sounds like you're trying to get around telling her what to do, and that's fine. Just let me know how you're going about it.
Well, at this point, I haven't got to the point where I'm trying to force her to do anything. But this is a strong suggestion, and if she's really that much wanting to be with me, then I'm assuming he also just wants to make me happy.
Well,
So letting her know what I want should be enough to let her know how to make me happy.
sure. And you know what? I'm in such agreement with you that I'm going to go find the power you used on her and see what my decision's going to be. Right after this commercial, I need to grab coffee.
God damn.
Long kiss or something, right?
Mm-hmm. Shit, then I know you could turn people into Viv.
Right? Lingering kiss is what it was. Lingering kiss.
Goddamn, how long does it linger? Shit.
Okay, so the kiss of a vampire induces near
It's been like 2
ecstasy and
days.
mortals, but this power leaves other kisses in the dust. Mortals fed upon by the user become addicted to the kiss, obsessing over it, and even seeking the vampire out for repeated feedings.
Also keywords.
You are a drug, and she is an addict.
Mortals often become anemic, self-harm, or even die from this addiction.
Yo.
But vampires find it a useful power for cultivating a herd.
Yes. I mean, which is a possibility.
God damn, this is free?
Yes. Everything I have is free right now. Which is, I'm pretty sure, killing Frosty.
It's like a device of like making your own enemies if you have a really shit haven. Could you imagine actually trying to make a herd with this? It's like, alright, now meet me on this street within like the hours of like 4 to 7. But what if I want to meet you up, you know, like some other time? It's like, fuck yourself. Literally calls in a police report, track you down. It's like Dragon's like, so can I get in your pants?
While scratching her neck and biting her nails, fucking fiending.
Scratch his arm. I just need another kiss, man. I just need another kiss. I just need some smooches.
A smoochy booch, if you will.
They have to win a willpower test for 3 consecutive weeks, it looks like.
Yeah, you fuck this bitch up. Like, she's not coming down. And then
Like-
you're about to do it again.
Like, I'm politely waiting for an instance of my character say, it's like, so you can eat meat, you gotta do that? Because goddamn.
The funny thing is my character does not actually know that what I'm doing is that.
Well,
Because
you
she's
might
so
be
new,
finding
she
out.
doesn't know.
Because this is not usual behavior. Every week to resist the effects.
A week is so long.
It's been like 2 days at most
Yeah.
since you've seen this woman.
Hey, Thea, you crackhead factory.
It's not even been 2 days. It's been 24 hours.
So,
Lord of mercy.
Mm-mm-mm.
yep, that is a very potent power you have. That being said, it doesn't really allow you to command her conventionally, but you could definitely hold a significant advantage over her, being that she is an addict, essentially. And it would really depend on how you word things. So, how do you wish to deal with this situation? You're basically dealing with a crackhead, and you are their dealer, except you're dealing fentanyl, and she survives.
I mean, what is... Okay, so I basically said to her a minute ago that she needed to do... Like, I didn't turn her down, but that she needed to call it off first. What is her response to that?
Sure. She says, yeah, I'll do it. I'll call it off. I just wanted to find you. I'm sorry. I haven't stopped thinking about you since that night. It was so nice, and I know I shouldn't have called the cops, and I'm so sorry. And it's just, before I do that, could I just, whatever you did last time, could we do it again?
Oh, sugar. And I'm just gonna kind of look at her with like pitying eyes.
Yep.
And kind of smirk and look at Tommy and Viv and say, I'm sorry, guys. Could y'all give us a minute? I mean, this is for the good of everybody. We need to get the cops to not be looking for my vehicle if we're gonna be driving all in it. So yeah.
In my head, while Thea's saying this, Tommy's just kind of like sitting at what I assume to be like the table love seat inside this camper with his arms crossed and his like legs splayed out. He shrugs and points his palms to the sky. He's like, "All right, but you're teaching me this trick later."
All right.
And I'll exit the camper.
All right, Vivian,
Have,
what do you do?
have fun, I guess, and I'll leave confusedly with Tommy and gesture him towards the house.
The second that you guys leave the camper, the young woman throws herself recklessly at Thea, attempting to go for a deep, passionate kiss. What do you
Let
do?
her.
You let her, okay. She throws herself upon you, wraps her arms around your neck, and locks lips with you, squeezing the back of your head and bundling up your hair as she presses her forehead to yours. I missed you so much. You treated me so much better than my boyfriend. Can you, She kind of licks her lips and locks eyes with you, gaining an almost manic look. Her hands are slightly more exploratory than would be considered polite. And that is all I would say. If this gets spicier, then we'll fade to black, but you just need to let me know if that's the case.
I will say, sometimes I really love Chicago. And then, yes, it may fade to black. I will be using Lingering Kiss again.
Okay. And I will allow you to do so. And not only that, if you have any hunger, I do not believe you do, you can go down, then you're fine, and you would basically just be drinking from her to kind of quell her addiction. Her name is Charlotte. and she is now basically one of your addicts. She's not a contact or an ally, but given the situation, every so often maybe you can make use of her. I will just write that down for you.
Okay.
And I might, depending on where this goes, make a sheet for her. Like a NPC summarized sheet that I have access to. So,
There's not a spot for that in my character sheet thing.
Don't worry about
Can
it.
I just put it under other possessions?
Don't worry about it. I have it.
Okay.
She might as well be a possession. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I'm putting it under other possessions anyways, just because I like the fact that she's there.
Women being possessions? How 1980s of you.
Quick question. Are you just kind of doing some soft foreplay stuff, giving her the vampire bite and then whatever, or are we going all the way plus vampire bite?
How many details do you want?
You don't need to give me explicit details. You just need to let me know if we're going full steam ahead with the degeneracy or if we're just kind of being wholesome and softcore. It's up to you.
With the intensity she came at me with, I'm going to say that it went pretty far.
All right. Don't forget that because I won't.
Ever.
All right. That will take you guys some time. So it will leave Thomas and Vivian alone to roleplay.
As we're walking up to the house, I'm just going to ask him if he's hungry.
In the human food sense or the what we are sense?
What we are.
I'm good. You have backgammon here?
I might. I'm not sure. I'll open the door. What time of day is it? What time of night, I mean?
By now it's probably around 9:20ish or so. PM.
Would my people have already eaten dinner?
Your people? Like your herd?
Mm-hmm.
They have varying schedules.
Oh, well then
safe to assume that they, most of them likely would.
Okay. Then when we walk in, my house will probably smell like faintly of cooked human food. Do I have 1 or 3? Because it says 1 to 3.
1 to 3. I'll give you 3.
Okay.
All of them will have a random resonance, and this will change depending on their mood, things they imbibe, so on and so forth. However, you don't know what it is until you drink from them, since you have no way to tell. However, they don't give you any disgracia, which means you won't get any kind of like special buff if you drink a certain type of blood. They also they're not always guaranteed to have the blood you want with regard to disciplines. I would just randomly determine that.
Okay.
You keep your herd, I'm guessing, where you live, and they sort of manage things and share the abode, as it were?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say that you have... Well, okay. Vivian is not sexually versatile or interested in women, although it doesn't really matter for what you are. Like, this is not really a sexual thing for you. Do you have men, women, a mixture? Doesn't matter.
Let's say men, because in Viv's head, if James ever comes over and there was a woman, she'd be mad.
I would like you to just, out of character, explain to me the logic behind what you just said.
Because I guess unless it's all ugly ass women, that I wouldn't want them around. I held a gun to Thea, for fuck's sakes.
Okay. So you want your herd to be primarily or mostly made up of men, so that if James ever came over, he wouldn't, or you wouldn't feel threatened by them. Is that correct?
Right. I wouldn't want them to attempt to dissuade him from us, even though I know he wouldn't do that for real.
There is something, though, that I do need to give you. Quick pause. I need to find something here. It will determine... Okay, this is for Vivian exclusively. I need to find a fucking... Gain, 2 stains on your humanity, Vivian.
What for?
One of your touchstones was injured. This is something that weighs on you much more heavily than if other people were harmed, especially given your history with this person. At the end of a session, we'll allow you to roll to see if you can kind of overcome what you're feeling at the moment, or if it takes a bit more out of you.
So is that a slash, or is it just like it goes away kind of thing on this paper?
So what that would look like is it starts to fill in the boxes to your so
You see your humanity bar at the bottom?
Yeah, I'm just trying to determine, because I was already at 7. So I'm just trying to determine
So,
if...
A stain would be a
Or
slash.
Okay.
so 1 slash, 2 slash, and then at the end of the game, you'll just roll, and if you get successes, or you meet a threshold of successes, then I assume that your character finds a way to kind of navigate this sorrow. If not, then it bothers her to such a degree that it takes a bit of her humanity, as it really just burdens her mind further.
Okay.
And that's how I will be calling that. I'll do a double check on humanity at the end of the session, but just for now, know that that's where you're at. All right. So, Thomas and Vivian, while Thea educates her voluntary friend.
Oh, right. So I'll just open the door and allow him to walk in first. He should probably get the hint of whatever food they made that night for dinner.
Probably some sort of ramen. Lots of it. It's relatively cheap and affordable. Do you prefer younger or older men? Or it doesn't matter, so long as they're not beasts. What's your preference?
At the oldest, 40. No, 35. At the youngest, 25.
Okay. 3 young men of college age, basically roommates brought together by a common cause. Yeah, they probably made some sort of ramen or rice dish or pasta, something affordable. These are young men. They don't have anything. They're literally in college. They're probably more in debt than most, as it tends to happen if you go to college and don't know what the fuck you want out of your life. At the moment, they're all probably in their rooms playing games. If they're even home, when they're out, they might be at the gym. They're active-ish. One of them's a bit more of a nerd. He tends to be more available than the others. He lives on the top floor. He's a gamer type of guy.
Upon the discovery that there is in fact no backgammon, my character will say, "Good. Backgammon is a sign of a sick mind."
So that you're aware, the people in your herd have a rough idea what's going on. So if you talk to them or ask them, hey, I need some whatever, without getting into details, they'll generally know what you mean, and they give themselves willingly, either to you or likely to other people that can offer them a similar high, as it were. A vampiric bite is akin to the best and most pleasurable sex you could ever have, and then some, unless you're Thea, in which case it acts like an incredibly deadly drug that you survive every time and struggle to break free of.
Only when I do the one thing.
You may.
So where are they right now? I've already named them.
I am assuming that Thea and her willing friend are in the back of the camper likely in darkness for some privacy.
My herd, Goofy.
Oh, your herd. One of them you know for sure is home. The other two probably are out. They are not always here. The nerdy fellow is likely home.
The nerdy fellow. Is he probably like? Is this a 2-story place?
Yeah.
Okay, so then he's probably upstairs in his room. I'm just gonna walk upstairs, whether he Tommy follows or not. But I'm just gonna go and knock on his door.
Yep. You hear him call back? Yeah.
I'm gonna open it up. Hey,
Open it
Billy, how you doing today?
Oh, hey V. He kind of jumps up out of the chair and puts his headphones down. You can hear kind of the chitter chatter and laughter and occasional screaming coming from the headphones. Likely whoever he's speaking to or gaming with. The the thing on his screen is some sort of game, top down, tons of little characters running around. Not too important. He's got a very budget gamer room. Lots of posters, a couple collectibles nearby. Who knows what else? Yeah. What's going on? Do you need something? Do you need? He kind of. You're lounging on the couch then? Okay.
No, I don't need anything, Billy. I just wanted to check in on you. I know that you were here.
Yeah, I'm totally good. He kind of very kind of slowly walks up to you, sort of kind of massaging his wrists awkwardly and pacing a bit. Hey V.
What's up?
Do you by the way, did you tell any of these guys that you have a love interest?
Um,
Or do you keep that private?
no, I probably would have kept that private from them at the least. In fact, I think the first time I told anybody was my friend when I was alive and these two.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, he. So to give you an idea, Billy is a tall, kind of lanky guy. He has a lot of acne scarring, and he wears glasses. He's taller. He's got kind of a mushroom cut and appears to be relatively average-looking sort of guy. He's shy, and he has odd kind of mannerisms. Nothing alarming, but to anybody who pays attention in social interactions, you could definitely see that he's sort of is a bit awkward. Hey V, I was just wondering if you did you have any of the? Oh, you don't. Do you have any of the noodles?
No, are there any left?
Yeah. I made enough for everybody. Can you? Oh yeah, because you. Yeah. Sorry. So you don't need anything?
Not particularly. I just, like I said, I just wanted to come and check on you. But I did want to go ahead and let you know that I have people over.
Okay.
It should be fine. You know, if you want to come downstairs at any point, it'll be okay. I just didn't want you to like walk downstairs and be freaked out about who is in the house.
Oh, thanks. Hey, are they like he motions to himself like people, or are they? He kind of does two forward. He kind of reaches two of his fingers forward and kind of hooks them in a fang-like motion. Are they like people?
I'll kind of like smile to the point where my teeth show and kind of giggle while doing the fang thing back at him. People.
Oh, okay. Hey V, you sure you're not like hungry or anything? Kind of gives you a bit of a shy side eye. Because I drank some. I just he kind of looks away from me nervously. I had some orange juice, so like should be okay if you need to, He's got like this light pink kind of twinge on his cheeks.
Does it seem like he wants me to?
Let's have a look at your Let's have a look at your social skills. I mean, he's not particularly. Yeah, give me a Yeah, give me a wits and insight. This isn't a hard check, but on the off chance you're having an off night,
I'm having an off fucking night.
let's see what you can roll here.
What does low willpower give me?
Low willpower gives you nothing, but if you have 0, then you will suffer a -2 to every check you do until you regain your willpower.
Okay, I'll spend an
-2.
extra one if that's okay to re-roll that.
You may
3 dice.
cross off
2.
willpower, re-roll up to 3 dice.
There we go.
Nice. Yeah, 3 successes. It's very obvious that he wants you to feed on him, and not only that, but you definitely get the idea that this is not just him being friendly. There's definitely more amorous intentions here. The other 2 fellows that are in your house enjoy the act, but tend to go about their lives a bit more. They are more social, extroverted. Billy, not so much. He
Gotcha.
tends to enjoy this far more than they do, and give up more willingly than they do.
Gotcha. Well, pretty sure that. I mean, I'm not hungry, so what does being a Sandman do if I don't drink from them when they're asleep? Does it affect my humanity or anything?
No.
I would have you roll like a willpower check to go through with the act because you have a preference, right?
Right.
And it's a strong one. It's not just like a passing, oh, I want this. No, like this is how you prefer to do it, and it's a strong belief. So I would have you make a willpower check if you wanted to feed from him while he is conscious.
Okay. Then I will look at him and I will smile and I will say, I've got guests right now, but go back to your game and maybe later. And I'll just smile.
His eyebrows lift several stories off of the planet. Yeah, sure. Just let me know if you change your mind and want to do it sooner. Yeah, thanks. I'll see you later.
All right, bye. And I shut the door and I go back downstairs to Tommy.
Very well, you do so. You head back down to Tommy, who is currently lounging on your couch, kind of making himself at home.
Tommy, if Ty and Jesus come back before we're gone, you just be nice to him, okay? Billy's upstairs. He probably won't come down.
All right.
So, that was a little crazy in the camper there.
Learning all sorts of things these days.
Yeah, who'd have thought that Theo was the one to get, a cocktail on us first?
My character shrugs from the couch. She apparently seduced the... She just... Fucking Arabic kid. She seduced the dress off that one.
And apparently. I wonder if she were to turn or if she would end up Malkavian.
If anything, I reckon she'd turn out Bruja.
Maybe.
What a thin blood.
Thin blood, probably more likely. Billy said he made noodles. Do you want some?
My character motions his hand with his palm out. I was like, no.
I will go and grab some noodles. I will not eat them, but I'll have them in a bowl in front of me in the event that I hear Billy coming down.
Sure. Yeah, you go and grab a bowl of noodles. They're a bit lukewarm. They've been ready for a while, but you can tell he's made the best with what he has. Thin noodles with some spices, bit of salt and pepper, some little bit of celery kind of chopped in with some carrots. He's really kind of spiced up this dish. When you're in college, you tend to get very creative with budget options, and this looks all right. A couple of bits of chopped up chicken breast. That's nice. If you could enjoy eating, you'd probably enjoy it.
Isn't she the one that can enjoy eating?
I can enjoy it.
You don't keep it down.
Mm.
Before your you keep it down, but you have to expel it before your nightly rest.
Right.
So you enjoy
But I
it
can
more
enjoy
than
it
most.
still.
You can enjoy it more than most, but you won't get as much out of it as, say, like, blood, right? Like, it's not even a close contest.
Right.
Yeah, so if you could keep it down, digest it, and turn it into something lovely, then it would mean a lot more.
Right.
That said, though, you guys just let me know when you've done your bit, and then I will advance things.
Unless Tommy has anything else, or unless Ty or Jesus come back before Thea's fucking done fucking.
Tommy, your phone vibrates
I look at it.
from Mrs. Holloman.
That was quick. Whoa.
It's a message. She sent a text message. It says, of course, you can tell that she has some vision problems. She's misspelled a couple words, but that's legible. James was in a scuffle. He's been injured, but his friend is badly hurt.
My character message back, his friend, question mark?
Mrs. Holloman sends you a message within a couple minutes. It takes her a while to text you back, but a man named Vincent. She
I
texts
liked
you.
him.
She texts you again and says they were accosted by some local gang members, and Vincent, being a hothead, kind of fought back against them and got injured in the process. However, those two gang members, according to what the police have told them, are dead. Vincent's in critical condition, and James is okay, but he was shot in the arm.
Do you want me to go and check them in the hospital? Question mark.
You don't get an answer. It's possible she fell asleep. She has a bit of a problem staying up. You know that.
Mhm.
Even at the dinner, she was kind of in and out the whole time. She's old. Do you say anything, Tommy, or do you keep this to yourself?
My character will probably palm his phone and put it in one of his new jacket's pockets.
Yep.
Looks like Los Reyes got to him before Thea did. I don't know which is worse or worse.
Got to who?
Oh, guy named Vincent, you wouldn't know.
James's Vincent?
Hmm?
Are you talking about James's Vincent or a different Vincent?
My character squints. You know Vincent Goyer?
I don't know why you guys keep questioning me about how I know these things. I've already explained it. Yes.
You've never brought up Vincent before.
Nobody's ever asked about Vincent before. Nobody's even mentioned Vincent until now.
Small world.
So what happened to Vincent?
Apparently he and Notes, please. Apparently, he and James got into an incident.
James is hurt too? Or just Vincent? We already knew James was hurt, actually. What am I talking about? Is he okay? Are they both okay? And more importantly, though, is James okay?
Well, supposedly, Vincent's better off than the gang members.
Yeah. Good job. But is James okay?
My character shrugs. Well, I'm not all-knowing, but I assume he's alright for the moment.
So he's not hurt. He's not badly hurt. He's gonna be okay.
I don't know. I couldn't see him, same as you.
Thomas, your phone vibrates again.
I look.
It's from Christine.
Oh, here we go.
The text says, "Have you heard from James?"
Ooh, Mama didn't tell her. Ooh.
I'll give her a call.
Yeah. She picks up the phone with some speed, and you can hear that calm, sultry voice. Thomas, how are you?
Oh, look, Christine, I'm doing okay. Figured this would be easier doing over the text. Look, apparently James and Vincent got into a scuffle with some, I assume, Las Ores, based on the area. I lay out the street that I found that they were on.
There's a couple seconds of silence, and then you hear her say back in surprisingly composed words, "Are James and Vincent okay?"
I couldn't get a good look on him as I was driving past the cordon off tape, but based on Thea's tone of voice, apparently she's the only one who got a good look at them. I can only assume James is okay. I didn't manage to see either. Mrs. Holloman just gave me a text, but she hasn't texted back when I asked her a question, so I assume she's asleep.
She, unfortunately, is battling narcolepsy. She was likely going to send me a message, but perhaps fell asleep. That's so unfortunate. I hope the woman is taking it well. I hope James is okay. I need to find out what hospital he's at. Maybe take him some of his favorite cookies.
Question: based on the cordon, would I know which location or which hospital would be nearby where the cordon was?
Well, what you do know is whatever hospital he would be taken to would be on the west side. Unfortunately, the conversation with Mrs. Holloman didn't go far enough that she can give you details, but she would likely know. That could be solved by a quick call to the police station. Or a visit there, rather. But, you hear Christine kind of say back, "Right, well, thank you for telling me, Thomas. You're a good man. I will do what I can to make sure James is nursed back to health, and I will look after his mother while he's in the hospital, and I will visit him as often as I can. And Mr. Vincent has also been quite a lovely friend. I'm not looking forward to telling Vincent's girlfriend, but I will do so if she doesn't already know."
Charlie?
Thomas? Oh, sorry, what was that, Spoon?
My character basically says back, Charlie?
Yes, because Charlie is quite a character. I like her quite a bit. She sort of... She really brings out a side of Vincent that I don't see often. He's always very serious. He's not like James. He's very reserved. But she brings out the best in him. Really, she does. Of course, they have their moments, but what of us couples don't? Anyway, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I have a lot to do. How are you, Thomas? I know that Vincent's your friend, and you and James also are quite close.
Oh, you know, my character looks out when I can only see there's like a window and looks at the camper as it's lightly rocking. Keep it on.
Thank you, Thomas. You're a good friend. If
Right.
you receive anything before I do, please let me know. I'll stay in contact, and I'll pray for James, Vincent, and those affected.
Well, it'd be a real dick move of me if I didn't let you know after I was at your... I'm brain farting on the word here.
Dinner.
Go with that. Dinner.
Soiree.
She says, thank you, James. And you can hear that, like, she's holding back something, tears. Her voice is getting a bit choked up, but she eventually says, thank you. I will speak to you another time, James. I'm going to need time to process everything. Good night.
She called you James.
Or sorry,
Nice.
Thomas. She clicks and hangs up. You can hear that kind of monotonous droning tone of the phone.
Would I have heard any of that conversation from her end?
Unless James, unless Thomas elected to hide any of it from you, then yeah, you heard all of it. I'm assuming you're sitting next to each other on the couch, so you heard everything.
I bet you she's saying that Mrs. Holloman is suffering from narcolepsy, but she's doing something to her.
Did you say that out loud, or is that just kind of an out of character, like, guess?
Nope, that is out loud.
Okay. Say it again, just so Thomas can, or Spoon can hear.
I heard.
Okay.
Tommy gives Vivian a bit of a look. Well, if you want to confirm that theory of yours, then I know Nosferatu, who's you on speed dial.
Yeah, I'll have to ask him later.
Just trying not to accrue too many favors.
All right. Back in the shaggin' wagon. Sia,
Yes.
you and Charlotte conclude your absolutely raucous row of sexual delights and supernatural delights, since they're kind of intertwined now.
Emotional, damn it!
She lays next to you, exhausted, sweaty, and kind of almost vacant-eyed. Her chest heaves upward lightly, and she looks over at you with a sort of obsessive affection.
Can I ask an out-of-character question real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Charlie also the name of Vivian's, like, cousin, sister, brother, husband, whatever she was?
Girl, what in tarnation are you trying to ask me?
The person that texted her that you that you guys went away with, is that the same name of the person as Vincent's
Are
girlfriend?
you asking me
Rosalind
about?
Miller?
Are you asking me about information that occurred when I was in a private call with her?
No. I'm trying to, like, remember things here. Like, I think that her cousin or something's name, was it Charlie, or was that something else?
Thea's cousin?
Yeah. Thea, who is it that you got pissed off at Spoon for? About a phone
Vincent?
conversation?
Oh, it was Charlie, and that was a scene mostly centered around Thea and Thomas, and
Right.
she wasn't really mad at Thomas, at least I don't think so. She was just being irrational and emotional because it's somebody she cares about. Getting involved
Right.
with somebody that seems like he's a bit odd.
Right. Yeah, I'm not going to use the information because I wasn't there for that. I just wanted to make sure that I was following correctly and that this was a possibility of being the same person.
I do have a cousin whose name does happen to be Charlie, yes.
Yes. What do you do, Thea, given the scenario? You've basically just partaken in some rather sensual acts. Do you wish to do or say anything? Your companion is utterly spent.
Yes. I wish to grab her phone, put it in her hand, and say, "All right, sugar. It's time to make that phone call."
Charlotte kind of just sort of meekly raises the phone to her face and just sort of dials 911. Still kind of taking the odd hard breath. She begins to speak with what you can only assume are the police on the other end and explain the entire situation. However, as the call continues, she gets increasingly concerned, and you can hear from the other end that the police do not exactly appreciate having their time wasted as such. And she eventually just kind of cold hangs up the phone and just sort of puts it kind of off to the side, and then looks over at you. Okay, we should be okay. Should be done. And then she kind of weakly reaches a hand over to caress your inner thigh. It's like she's getting another second wind. She's
Okay.
very and you can tell this without a roll. She's quite needy.
I would have liked to have listened to the call with being so close. Does it
Also-
sound like she's being honest?
It sounded like she was telling the truth, but like she's kind of not in her right mind right now. You just rocked her shit.
With what I could hear from the police on the other end of the phone, did it sound like I still have anything to be worried about?
Give me an intelligence and investigation check. Actually, no. Intelligence and awareness.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's a total
I-
failure.
I
Oh, wait,
will
no,
be
no.
spending will-
Yeah, that's a total failure. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Bless.
I will be spending willpower on that.
Cross it off, reroll up to 3 die. Fuck you. First total.
Ooh.
Thank you, Jesus.
Can I do it again?
Do you wish to spend more willpower or succumb to the sexual assault of a total failure?
I want to do it again.
You piece of bitch. Very well. Cross off another willpower. Roll again.
Oh,
Oh,
so
I am very, very disappointed. Very well.
Oh,
You have a rough idea that the police on the other end, no description that I could give you would summarize this more aptly than the one I'm going to point you to. If you want to have an idea likely of what you could assume the cops were kind of thinking of while she spoke to them, especially in her state, do you see my picture on Roll20?
mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
the cop probably
Yeah.
looks like that dog.
Hmm.
So I still have something. So they're suspicious. They didn't take it like, oh, she's crazy. I need to.
It is most definitely safe to say that the state in which she called, her stammering, her kind of general out of breathness, her weird kind of dicey excuse for why she wasted their time, definitely drew some suspicious dog-like facial expressions and random extraterrestrial hand chin stroking, for sure.
Lovely. Okay.
And if you're really not lucky, it is literally that dog who answered the phone. But unfortunately, it wasn't. Sadly. That being said, that's what it would seem like to you. She sort of called in a very elated, exhausted, and then immediately very anxious state. So you could probably understand, I know you ladies could understand, that is a ball of a lot of emotions happening very quickly. Now add whatever drug you just kind of satiated her with. Winky face. You know what I mean? It's a bit of a scenario. With that said, though, she did what you wanted. So, silver lining.
Lovely.
Mm-hmm. She is definitely getting more kind of forward with her movements now.
Mm-hmm.
She was very quick to call, say whatever, and throw the phone away. What do you wish to do?
I am flattered. But Sugar, you just can't go around sticking the cops on people, hunting them down, and expecting this to continue all the time. Now, I hardly know you. What do you think you're doing?
She slowly kind of... A look of concern crosses her features briefly, and she kind of sits up and crosses her legs, leaning up against the side of the camper, taking a deep breath. She says, how was I supposed to find you? I just wanted to talk to you again, but I didn't know who you were. I had to do something.
See how that might have been crossing the line.
She thinks about it for a second. I mean, I didn't want to. I asked other people, but nobody knew who you were. I asked some of the people I knew at the club. I asked everybody. Nobody knew. So I just had to see you again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you mad. She kind of gives you this kind of adorable and a just got the shit fucked out of her kind of way look. Kind of a puppy dog face.
How'd you even get here? I mean, really, like, you just walking around in the middle of the street.
Well, all I know is that, some of the people that I had talked to, well, they seemed to know that they had seen this thing driving around here before, and there aren't too many campers over here. Really, it's just yours. It's kind of a weird place for campers. But yours have those black windows. None of the other ones have those black windows. That was easy to find. And they said you were just somewhere here on this street or the other one. I just looked around and I thought you'd be here. I was getting really worried. I didn't think I would find you, but I'm so happy I found you. She kind of starts to edge a little bit closer to you. A little bit closer as she talks. She's leaning in real close. She's fully nude, so you can see everything, and she's really bearing her goods. And
This
now,
point,
Thea.
yeah.
Okay.
What?
Charlotte, with her dainty fingers, kind of puts a hand on your knee and begins to gently caress it. She's literally rolling to seduce you. Would you like to resist?
Well, let me ask you this first.
Yes, ma'am.
At this point, will I have picked up on the fact that would I have picked up on the fact that there's something more going on here than just a clingy psycho girl?
It's not unreasonable to assume that perhaps whatever you've done to her is having a supernatural effect. What I can tell you is that even though the power is free, maybe you don't have complete control over it. You justify how or why you used it the way you did, but let's just assume you don't have perfect control over your powers. You're relatively new to this still. Whatever you did to essentially seduce the dress off of her that first night embedded within her such a crazed obsession that she was willing to put herself under extreme scrutiny, and not only her, but anybody connected to her, just to find you. And what's even stranger is that in spite of the odds of finding you in a city like Chicago, she did. And maybe you could chalk it up to some voodoo nonsense, but that is very lucky and also very determined.
Mm-hmm.
and you can tell and sort of smell, although it's not too offensive yet, that she has been obsessively looking for you. And it hasn't been that long. It might have been what, a day and a bit? It hasn't been long. So she has been on this almost probably since after the night. So you might have done something, or she's crazy.
Okay, so if I've picked up on the fact that that there's a possibility that this is from something I've done, I am going to resist her.
How dare you fuck over my degenerate fantasy? Very well.
Sorry.
In the name of roleplay, I will allow you to do this, but I just want you to know I have a sad face on right now. I want you to feel very well. Roll to resist.
What would I do for that?
Willpower. Roll your unspent willpower.
Uh-oh.
That's like, come on.
Actually, hold on.
Nothing.
No. You know what? I'm feeling. Hold on. Fuck you. Unspent willpower. Roll your unspent willpower against her seduction attempt.
Wouldn't that be composure or something?
Sometimes it can be. Either or. It can be composure and resolve or unspent willpower. In fact, you know what? I'll tell you what. Composure and resolve. I'll let you roll your composure and your resolve if you wish.
I like that much better.
Okay. Oh.
What?
Do you wish to re-roll anything? Do you have any... Hold on. Do you have any flaws or any things that can help you out? Oh no, your beauty just works against you here. Unlucky. Okay. Yeah, I mean, do you wish to spend more willpower, Thea, my delicious willpower addict? She's not the only addict in this
Wait a
piece.
minute. Hold on a minute.
Mm-hmm. The panic character sheet checking.
Shut up.
Why does Thea look so tired? What do you think she's been doing in that camper for the past 3 hours?
I have to. I have to.
You have to?
I have to. It's a core part of my character.
But my lesbians!
Yeah.
Well,
no,
okay.
no. If she thinks that this isn't truly her free will, and that it's something that I've done.
I'm going to say something that's very uncomfortable, but it's very true when you deal with it in this game. When you manipulate somebody's mind in any facet, you are basically putting them in a position where any action they take henceforth is without their consent, which I think we all know what that implies, right?
I know, but
No, you're a bad person.
Because my humanity is 7 right now.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta do it. I gotta spend my willpower.
Thank you for reminding me. You gain a stain. 1 stain.
Ugh. For what?
Think about it real close, real clear. What have you done that would warrant you gaining a stain?
I mean, I haven't done anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
There's somebody in this scene with you who may or may not be under some sort of bizarre supernatural compulsion.
I didn't know that. I'm done.
Well, now you know. You're a terrible person. Also, here you go. Bunk. 1 humanity. Yes. Actually, no, wait. I think it's done this way. You gain a stain on your empty humanity, and then that's how many dice you'll roll at the end to see if you do a thing. Here, I'll do Vivian's as well, because I think I may have goofed that up. We'll get back to humanity. We'll get back to humanity at the end of the game, and we'll resolve that. But for now, it'll just be your empty boxes.
Okay.
But what Thea has done is, even if she had a good reason, or it was part of a quest or whatever, is you have, in no uncertain terms, kind of, raped this person. not in the way that you're thinking. In using this power on her, you've basically turned her into a drug addict, which forces her to seek you out to, serve her, like to serve that dependency. And of course, again, you're a vampire, you're a monster, right? It's part of the game. But this is something that you've done. You've taken some aspect of her consent and free will away with this power, which is incredibly potent, as I'm sure you're figuring out for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Hope that doesn't make you uncomfortable, but a lot of these vampire powers do have that effect. You are robbing people of their free will more often than not to get what you want. That said, it is a point of humanity. Thea isn't necessarily a terrible person now, but like, you're a new vampire, so you don't know what your powers do. Here's what I can say, is she has an opportunity to feel remorse for this, right? So it's not like she's suddenly becoming evil, but like, as you learn what your powers do as a vampire, it kind of shapes your development as you either succumb to the beast or overcome it. I hope that, kind of explains it a bit better. You're in a tug of war with evil constantly. That being said, it is just one humanity. Do you have any questions or anything?
Nope.
Fair enough. Yep.
But I'm still spending the willpower, and I rerolled.
I will not block you. I'm just saying this is a very adult game, so hopefully nobody gets uncomfortable. This is just part of the experience, for better or worse, Okay, so resolve and resolve and composure. So you would have rolled 4 dice total. So you would have added your composure die to your resolve. Did you do that?
Well, I rolled the resolve and composure first, and I only had 1 success.
He has 3 successes, so you got 1. You're re-rolling dice. You've re-rolled 3 dice with willpower again. Okay. So
Yes.
you have how many successes? 3 total, right?
3
so
total
you have
successes.
3 against her 3. She is the active character, but she's
She's
not.
the initiator.
But she is not a kindred. What I will. Okay. You are the active kindred. I'm going to say that the tie goes to you. So you may role play it out as you wish. So she's trying to seduce you. Her voice is softening. She's kind of very slowly kind of making her way toward you. Her hand is climbing your thigh. Her other hand is kind of stroking up and along your forearm very softly. Like, she's making the moves. You know this. You've done this many times yourself. And she's obviously decent at it.
Honey, listen. You're in a relationship.
She
right.
shakes her head.
Yes, sir. She shakes her head no.
She says, he left me, and even if he hadn't, not anymore.
Okay. Do you like women?
She thinks about it for a second. It almost takes her out of her groove. And then she sort of looks at you and goes, I like you. I want you. She gets closer, and you can feel her chest kind of press against your own, and she kind of shivers a bit, and then she whispers into your ear. You can kind of feel her hot breath. Why are you so cold?
Honey. Why?
Look, I'm trying to have this not turn into a porno, but I mean, this is just what's up.
And I'm gonna kind of like just pull my head back a little bit so that I can look at her.
Yep.
Why do you like me?
She kind of, as you pull away, you can watch her almost match your actions, except in the reverse. She scoots closer as you scoot back. If you pull your head back, she leans hers in closer. She kind of thinks about it for a second and continues to stroke your inner thigh, your arm. She leans in a bit closer, and then she goes, oh, I don't know, I just do. I've never been with anybody like you before. It's different.
Sugar, listen, I'm not like other people. You understand?
She smiles almost crazily and goes, "I know you do that thing with your tongue. It's so nice."
Right. Yeah, that's not what I was talking about. That's just because you're with a woman. No, what I mean is I'm not like other people.
She
Do
goes,
you want?
"Well, you are really cold."
Yes, I am really cold. Honey, see, here's the thing. I don't know that this is you talking.
She looks at you confused.
Well, this is all happening very, very fast. You see, and I'm getting a little bit concerned that or maybe you haven't thought all this through.
For the
And
first, sorry, go ahead.
And it might not be me that you're really wanting.
For the first time, she sort of takes her hands off of you and leans back slightly. And then she kind of adopts a more hardened expression. Well, that didn't seem to bother you the night we met.
Sugar, that was just a quick fling in the bathroom. A little bit different than trying to run somebody down
That's
and
fast,
finding
though.
where they are.
That's fast, though, isn't it? And you said all those things. You said you liked me. You said you liked me, and her eyes start to well up with tears.
Oh, sweetie. Look, you said yourself, you're not sure that you actually like women.
She kind of moves her hands into her lap and kind of looks at you again and goes, "Doesn't matter if I like women. I just like you. I just want you for who you are. I don't care if you're a woman."
You don't know who I am.
But I can get to know you. I want to. I'll do whatever you want.
Let's think about this for a minute. I want you to think about it.
I have things. Do you want anything? I'll do whatever you want.
I don't.
You can tell that whatever is happening here, you've either met somebody just as crazy as, if not crazier than Vivian, or you have inadvertently done something with your newfound abilities that has or will drive this woman crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that she kind of has this bizarre, wide-eyed, manic look about her, and she's kind of, her eyes are welling up with tears. Her mascara is starting to drip down, not even further than before, and she's kind of picking at her knuckles nervously.
All right. You know what, Sugar? You are just cute as a button. We're gonna fix it. It's gonna be all right. We're gonna fix it.
He says, "Fix what?" Her voice starts getting louder. "Fix what?"
We're gonna fix the situation so that you're not so sad. We're gonna make you happy again.
She nods and goes, Good, great. Does that mean I get to be with you? That would make me happy. That would fix everything."
Well, now, don't you have a job and people that are gonna be worried about you?
She looks at her. I go to college and we're off right now.
Oh, great. How old are you, sweetheart?
20?
Oh, shit.
Look, I know I'm young,
shit.
but I look, it's not. It's not. Look, it's fine. It's not the way things were. Like, it's okay if you're whatever, and my parents won't mind if I tell them.
Why
Like,
were
you know.
you even at that dang club in the first place? You can't even drink.
Well, I went with my friends and their boyfriends and my boyfriend.
Shit.
Um,
All right. You know, it's okay. It's all right. It's okay.
she puts her hands up. She puts her hands up. I'm legal for other things.
Oh, honey. You are what they call jailbait. Sweetheart. Sweetheart. Oh, Lord. Bless me. Here's the thing. I understand you want to be with me. I get that. If you don't keep going to school, that's not going to be a possibility.
Oh, she goes, I can still go to school. It's just as long as I can see you a couple times a week.
All right. Yes. How about this? You clearly know where I live, what I drive. Let's exchange numbers. How about that? We'll exchange numbers. And
Yeah.
I would like to have a way to get in contact with you. And it's gonna be all right. It's gonna be. We're gonna fix it. It's gonna be all right. We're gonna fix it.
Beams you a bright smile. Her eyes widen, and she throws her arms around you and attempts to hug you closely. Oh, thank you. I know you changed your mind. This is going to be so great. Never felt this way before. Thank you so much.
All right, we're gonna have to set some ground rules here, hon. You are 20.
She kind of quirks a brow. And
that's younger than I thought.
You were at a nightclub.
Yeah, well, all right. Here's the thing. You've already realized I'm not like most people. I don't want our relationship to be spread about. Okay? If I give you my contact information and we stay in contact with one another, this needs to stay between the two of us.
She sort of,
you understand?
You can feel her embrace loosen and her arms fall to her side, and she kind of pulls away from you and then goes, My boyfriend said the exact same thing to me. She begins to shuffle back away from you.
What do you mean, hon?
She begins to stand up off of the bed and reaches down for her clothing. Begins to pick it up and dress herself. Not really responding to your question.
What do you mean?
I'm going to go to the washroom, and then when I get back, I'm going to switch back to Thomas and Vivian. Be right back.
Okay. Hey, Spoon.
Yeah.
At the risk of sounding like a sheltered weirdo, what does that dad clan mean?
You remember how I keep bringing up every now and again that basically I'm just trying to, like, make sure the both of you don't go off and do crazy shit, and I've been referring to because nobody knows what clan that my character currently belongs to. He's basically I've just been joking that he's part of the dad clan because he's trying to keep you whippersnappers in line. And now here you are eventually trying to uncocaine a cocaine addict.
Yeah, basically.
I'm just like, is it too late to invite Thea into the dad clan?
I'm gonna have to change cities and change my name.
She finds you again. Damn it, how did you find me? You changed your name to Tia. It wasn't that hard.
Thing.
Well, geez, Star, you have a whole freaking herd.
What?
You have a whole freaking herd.
Yes, I do.
It's almost like it's
And
an
I
advantage you can buy.
and I actually care about my pets. My pets are here willingly. I just want to make that clear.
I mean, Charlotte's willing.
No, she's high.
Yeah.
Morality discussion? Winky face? Good. Sick fucks! Alright. Now then, Thomas and Vivian, do you have any business that you would like to discuss with one another? Or would it be safe to say that we could go into a night's sleep? Or do you wish to do anything else?
Oh, I don't have anything else to say unless Tommy does.
I just assumed we'd be shooting the shit.
Yeah, I will, however, before we like go to sleep, go and check to see if Billy's asleep.
He stays up for quite a while. He usually doesn't get to bed on days he's not going to college. At around 4 or 5 in the morning, he games a lot.
What time does the sun start coming up?
Yeah, I would say about this time of year, you're looking at 4:30, 5 o'clock. Actually, 5:36.
Okay. Then my windows are all boarded up and shit. So I will wait until he is asleep.
Okay.
And then I will go and not drink from him because I need to, but because I prefer that and he wanted that.
Okay. So you still get joy from drinking. I mean, it is a nice feeling. However,
We don't tolerate consent in this house.
what is Tommy doing, by the way, before I continue with Vivian's narration?
I assume he's just thumbing through shit on his phone.
So Vivian eventually will return upstairs, and you creep into Billy's room. This will be much later. I don't know. What time does Tommy want to go to sleep? Because, like I said, Billy tends to go to bed quite late, around 4:30 or 5. Usually, he games quite hard.
Spoon,
Say what?
What
how late
time?
do you want to stay up?
Yeah, what time would Tommy roughly head to sleep?
I'd say. God, I'm trying to like imagine the schedule of a vampire now, like somewhere between like 1 and 3 a.m.
We'll just say 2:30. So you'll be sleeping when this happens. Vivian creeps into Billy's room.
Can I
Which is
ask
odd.
another question real quick? I'm sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
The Sandman thing. Do they have to stay asleep the entire time or just be asleep at the beginning?
I would imagine they would have to remain unconscious or asleep.
Okay.
So you sneak into his room, which he leaves unlocked. And as before, you creep up to the side of the bed, lean in, and sink your fangs into his jugular. And you can feel the quick, hot wash blood as it pours down your throat, and you begin to drink. And that voice, one of many, but this one more familiar, returns. So useful to have someone like this. But wouldn't it be far more satisfying if you were to satiate this aching boulder in our gut? Just a little extra. What do you say?
I won't respond to this one.
The voice continues. Do you honestly expect me to help you with your obsession if you won't help me with mine?
I will pull back and lick the wound so it closes, but I will leave a little bite mark on his wrist so that when he wakes up, he can see it and know that it happened. And I
You leave
still
a
won't respond to the voice.
bite mark on Billy's wrist so that he knows that you had passed by. And as you exit the room and gently close the door, the voice continues to pester you. You really think that you can ignore a voice in your mind, Vivian? You are constantly speaking out loud here, and there's only me to listen, because nobody else will. Not here,
I'll,
and not out there.
I'll
You
close
just have me.
I'll close the door behind me and be like, "Would you shut up? It's time to go to sleep. All right, we're not killing Billy. Good night." And then I'm gonna go to sleep.
All right, you kind of hurriedly rush your usual sleeping spot and attempt to conk out for the night, which you will, which Thomas will. And now we will wrap up Thea's little romantic side hustle.
Side hustle.
Continue, Thea, you ruthless romantic.
What do you mean?
Oh, you were saying something to Charlotte.
No, that's what I'm asking, Charlotte. I'm saying, what do you mean, Charlotte?
Didn't she
She
leave?
was going on about her boyfriend saying something to her.
She looks at you for a couple seconds, and the dim light that you've left on in the back of the camper highlights the tears streaking down her face as she looks at you. Her features contorted into a mixture of rage and disappointment. Her fists are balled up, and she remains silent. She has kind of a stressed look on her features, and her brow is narrowed slightly. She eventually works up the will to speak to you. Nothing. It's fine. Bye. She turns her back to you and begins to exit the camper. Do you wish to do anything, or do you let her leave?
I don't let her leave.
Okay, how are you going to do this?
I'm gonna say, shh. And grab her by the waist
Okay.
as she's walking out the door to stop her.
Yeah, you kind of
Gently.
Yep. You didn't say you were doing anything crazy. You kind of swiftly saddle on up to her, and you put your hands on her waist gently and pull her close. You're taller than she is. The back of the top of her head rests just underneath your chin. She is still quiet, but she stops in place.
Sweetheart, I don't know what kind of trouble you've been in the past. So please trust me when I say I do not mean any harm to you. I don't want people to know about what's going on with us because you very clearly want it to continue. But in order for that to happen, there needs to be a little bit of discretion. For my sake.
You
understand?
She very quickly kind of nods her head, but doesn't answer you. Not verbally, anyway.
Do you need a ride home?
She shakes her head.
What time is it?
You are looking at... I would say when you guys wake up, or sorry, not wake up, rather, when you guys are done your initial rowdy get together. Probably about 10:30, 11.
Okay.
So Vivian and Thomas are heading to sleep later.
Sure.
She said she just shakes her head and doesn't answer you verbally.
Shakes her head no.
Yeah, you ask if she needs a ride. She just shakes her head and doesn't give you a verbal answer.
I don't know when this stopped being the thing, but I thought for the longest time until Brian said otherwise that shaking your head meant no, nodding meant yes.
I think it's a regional thing.
I've always known it to be nodding your head is yes, shaking your head is no, but that's just me.
Well, that's good to know. Then I will always assume that if you're shaking your head, you mean no.
I blame the Europeans for this. Continue.
They've been blamed enough. Let's blame someone else now.
All right, I'll blame the Arabs.
Fair enough.
All
right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna let her go at this point then.
Yep. You kind of take your hands away from her waist, and she exits the camper very quickly, giving a brief look over her shoulder before turning away and walking down the street off
But
into
the
the
look-
dark Chicago night.
Was it an upset look?
Yes. Very much so.
Well, if Tommy and Viv are going to be going to sleep soon and it's not late, then I wouldn't be going inside the house.
Sure. What do you wish to do in the meantime? Sleep in the camper?
I'm gonna call Peter.
You're gonna what?
Isn't that his name, Peter?
Gonna call Peter.
Yes.
I fucking love you. All right.
Oh God.
You text or call?
No, I call him.
Sure. The phone is picked up within 15, 20 seconds or so. Ah, they all come back. Hey, baby, how you doing?
Oh God, Peter.
I know. Life is so hard. What can I do you for?
You've been at this game a while, right?
I took some of the best years of my life. Can't you tell?
Okay. I think
Listen.
I fucked up.
He interrupts you. Listen. I'm super flattered, but we should just be friends. I appreciate you calling, really I do. But
honey.
I've got other things on my mind. You can tell that from his tone, he's obviously being sarcastic.
You are just so funny. Listen, this is serious, Peter. I think I fucked up.
That'll happen when you're fresh off the boat, as it were, into this life.
I don't know how, but somehow I've made this woman lose her shit and fall in love with me.
He kind of says very blasé-faire. Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah, but how do I fix it?
Well, there's a couple ways, but it really just depends more on them than you.
Okay, I need you to say more words.
Sure, what exactly did you do? And more importantly, obviously, more than willing to help. But I mean, I would like something in return. A favor, perhaps.
You want, Peter?
I'll just put a minor boon on the books for me and I'll do what I can for you. We got a deal?
Yeah. Okay, we got a deal.
Sure. Tell me everything you know and I'll help you.
I don't know. I made out with her in the bathroom, and Next thing I know, she's calling the cops, trying to get my license plate number, hunting me down in the middle of the street she ain't ever been on before, going crazy.
Wow, you really did fuck up, huh?
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, right. Listen. So, first step is remain calm.
Uh-huh.
The second step, did you bite her?
Well, yeah.
Okay. How many times have you bitten her?
Twice.
Okay. Right. So here is what is gonna happen. Does she know how to find you?
Yeah.
Okay. That needs to change. You need to make yourself very difficult to find because she will likely seek you out in the future for another fix.
What do you mean another fix? Make me sound like a drug.
Well, you're a Bruja, right?
I guess. Yeah.
What little I know about what you guys can do is true. Based on what you're telling me, you may have gotten this woman addicted to your kiss, as it were. That's something special that some kindred can do. Um, I can't. Mine will just feel really good. Yours is like a drug, and especially if you aren't great at controlling it, which it sounds like you're not.
But how do I fix it?
Right. So here's what I'll tell you. Make yourself hard to find. Anything that she might know about you, change it or move, or just don't be in places where she can find you. 2, give it a period. Couple weeks, couple months, and one of two things will happen. After excruciating mental and emotional pain and perhaps some self-harm, she'll get over you.
Self-harm.
Worst case, she will kill herself. And I say that solves the problem. Something tells me you don't like that last part.
No, I don't.
Well, this is the consequence of what we are, and if you don't manage your gifts, then this is a consequence. You can't just go around kissing people willy-nilly. You've got to learn how to control that power, or you're going to have this problem more than just once. As I said, give her some time and some space, and she'll likely just forget about you. It'll be hard on her. She'll never be the same. She'll probably, cut herself and attempt suicide, possibly actually succeed, but maybe not. And then the problem will likely either work its way out of her system or she'll be dead. That's usually how that works.
Every time I think that I've gotten used to the idea of living like this forever, one of you bloodsuckers say something like this, and I swear it just keeps getting worse, and I'm sick of this shit.
What do you mean bloodsuckers? You're one of us, baby.
Yeah, I know. It ain't a choice.
Just take my advice. You are not a human. You are not people. You are just a skin. We are monsters. Everything that you are doing needs to be carefully managed. Whether you kill, rape, kidnap, you can do all these things, but manage and measure them, or you start to lose yourself to something far more terrifying than a jail cell. Again, their laws are not for us. They are for them. We have to navigate this world much differently, whether or not you like it. If you are one of us and you play by their rules, you're going to just have a very difficult life. Or not make it. You'll probably die. Those of us that try to play by human rules almost exclusively don't tend to make it very long out here. Like I said, time will likely solve this issue for you. She'll either get over you, or she'll take herself out of the equation. But what I will recommend you do is learn a lesson. whenever you get involved with somebody, be conscious of how and when you're kissing them. Because if not, there's going to be a lot of suicides. And that statistic starts to look awful funny after a while if it increases by too much too fast. You know what I mean?
Thanks,
And-
Peter.
Oh, no problem.
Always
You don't have
a
to.
pleasure.
You don't have to take my word for it, though. You could always ask somebody that has a similar power. I don't have that ability. Mine are different. Safe to say, at least you can still enjoy getting close to someone without killing them. Don't have that option. Usually. Yeah. It's just sort of what you are. That said, though, it can be very useful if you want to accrue followers. You know, get a bunch of people that you can drink from willingly, kind of leave on the line. Of course, it's probably going to take you a couple decades to get over the whole, are they doing this with consent, whatever, human concerns. But eventually you'll realize that no matter how attached you get to them, they are like pets now. We outlive them. They are simply things that we can enjoy having, and maybe even love as far as we're capable of that. But our relationship to humans are akin to, on their best day, a human and a dog. You might love them, you might care for them, but you will outlive them, and you know that. And you can replace them. I would recommend you get used to it, and fast. Or not, and let it rip you apart. It's up to you.
All of that. And a favor owed. And I still don't have a solution.
You have a solution.
That ain't no
Don't-
solution.
Don't interfere. Make yourself hard to find, and just wait and manage this ability. If you're looking for some sort of magic hand wave solution, I'll tell you what. I can give you one, but you won't like it. In fact, I can give you a couple. Would you like them?
Yeah, I'd like something else other than wait for her to fucking kill herself.
Sure. If suicide is distasteful, and murder in general is distasteful, you know Rat? Your friend Rat?
Yeah, crazy lady. Yeah,
Well, I would recommend maybe cozying up to her a bit and asking if she could maybe help you. Maybe mess with her thoughts a bit so that she either mixes up her feelings for you or forgets about whatever, if she even has that ability. Bear in mind, people in Rat's clan don't really tend to go into this surgery with precise tools. They sort of go in with a chainsaw. So she'll live, but she'll likely lose her mind. You could ask Rat to figure that out for you. That's one solution. Your friend Thomas, I can't really peg what clan he's from, but maybe he has some sort of ability to help you. There is another option. There is another option. If you are willing, you could turn her into a ghoul. What? I'm curious. Why does this bother you so much? To me, this just sounds like an extra resource that you have. Just use her. Need a drink? Use her. Need something done? Use her. Spare car? Use her. Money? Use her. What's the problem? You're not a human being.
it just don't feel right.
Well, it usually doesn't when you're so new to this, but you'll never learn if you never acclimate to it. We're already damned. So don't think you're going to have some saintly release from this and Stare up at God and he's going to forgive you. You're already done. Everything you do from here, swept under the rug, basically. You're pretty much on spiritual death row. But like I said, if you really are caught up in the morality of it, and you don't want her to scoff on herself, just have Rat drive her crazy. She'll live. She won't be the same, but she'll live. And she'll probably, lose that connection to you. Unless you know some other kindred that can go into the situation with more precision. And there are some around, but I doubt you know them.
Well, Peter, you give me a lot to think about. Appreciate that.
No problem. Again, you wanted options. I didn't say you'd like any of them.
No.
Just be careful. Because right now, it's just some... Who? Man? It was a woman, you said?
Yeah, a woman.
I would have liked to see that. Anyway.
I'm sure.
Just be careful with who you're biting. And how. That's all I can really say. But it's fine. You only owe me a small favor. But consider the options I've given you.
I will. And, I'll be waiting for that favor.
I'm growing very attached to your group. Getting nice and fat off favors. I love you guys, you know that? Don't give me that concerned mom grunt. Good night, sweetheart.
Hey, Peter.
Oh, you hear the kind of monotonous, dull tone of the phone as it goes dead. He has hung up.
I'll be done for the night.
Okay. Everybody's going to sleep. Time is passing.
Humanity things.
The world goes on without you during the day. People go to work. Children go to school. Shops
And also
open.
our humanity things.
Oh, the session's not over unless you guys want it to be.
Oh, I thought you said that it was resolved at sleepy time. I gotcha.
No, we can keep going if you guys want, or we could call it here. Depends on you guys.
No. Never mind.
We could take a vote. Who wants to keep playing?
I would like to, but I'm okay with stopping too.
So I'm assuming Sin is yay?
I'm either way. It is almost midnight here.
I'm good to stop here.
Spoon's good to stop here. Rin needs the needle. Alright. Seems like Spoon is probably getting tired. Spoon, you getting tired?
A little bit.
Sure.
I mean,
So
I've had a busy week at work, so it would probably be better for me to stop.
Alright, that's fair. I will give everybody 3 XP. It's a pretty decently long game. How's everybody still going with this?
What do you mean, still going with this?
Everybody's still good? Everybody understand kind of the story, things that are happening?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Everybody's following everything. You guys liking your own little personalized side quests? Or whatever you want to call them.
Very
Side-
neat.
Side
The world
plot.
doesn't feel very static. There's a whole bunch of shit happening that we obviously didn't account for.
Yeah, that's also
Oh
the
my
stuff that you've. That's also the stuff that you've participated in. There's lots of stuff happening in the background that you guys haven't touched just yet. And it's only
It's been
been
48 hours.
yeah, it's only been 2 days really. So things are happening pretty quick. And Sin is learning how potent her power is and how it can get to people very fast. But that kiss is pretty dumb. It's very useful for cultivating followers. I mean, it's dangerous though, because again, imagine having a bunch of people that are all addicted to your product, as it were. You know what I mean?
It'll be very helpful when she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, that is a very useful power to have. And it's so funny that like she's so worried about all the shit that's going to happen because of that she even calls up Peter and is like, Peter, what do I do? And he's like, well, here are some options. You're going to hate all of them because you're new and closer to humanity than most of us. Here you go. I don't like any of those options. What do I do? Become a shittier person. There's your solution. Be a piece of shit.
Oh man, wait till we have to start doing fucking frenzies where you just have to be a shittier person.
But you stinkers ain't getting off just yet because I'm looking at humanity. So hold on.
Spoon, while he's looking at that, do you remember what we would need to do to increase disciplines? Get a new one?
We would need to consume vitae with a certain resonance enough that our game master or storyteller, wherever the fuck this game's individual, like the guy running the game, would decide is enough or relevant to where you could spend your experience points to increase the discipline.
If it's outside of your clan discipline.
That is possible, however, it requires a different experience. Well, it would probably require more blood in general.
Okay.
Or someone to teach you.
I'll wait for him to get done with the humanity thing to ask him what I need to get what I want.
I mean, you could probably both do the humanity thing right now. You just look at your stains and roll however many stains you have as D10s and hope you succeed. Unless I have very, very incorrectly read how the stain rules work.
Still don't know what I'm trying to save for. I have so many things bookmarked. I don't know which ones I need.
I know exactly what I'm saving for, and it ain't a power.
So, a remorse test is going to be called for. We're going to go for Thea first. Roll a number of dice equal to your unmarked, unfilled dots on the humanity tracker. So,
2?
Empty, unfilled dots. So no slashes and no fill-in. You would roll that many dice.
D10.
Yeah. The minimum number of dice in a remorse roll is 1, even if the whole track is full. Okay. So you'll always be able to roll 1 die, even if you would have 0. The remorse roll results in at least... Okay. Do you have at least 1 success?
Yep.
I have a 5 and a 9.
Okay, you have rolled at least 1 success. So, here's what happens. You remove all your stains, and you have suffered enough guilt or shame and regret for your actions that you retain your current humanity.
Okay.
So nothing happens. You're good. You've basically kind of gone through the roller coaster of essentially having kind of taken away somebody's consent and sort of kind of like had non-consensual sex with them. And that, by the way, that bothers normal people. And you have 7 humanity, which is like on the dot for normal people, right? But you have gone through enough at the end of the session, kind of thinking, reflection, that kind of stuff to avoid losing your humanity. So you're good. Do you understand?
Yep.
Cool. Yep, you're good. Now, Ms. Park, you saw Boy Toy injured. He is very important to you. And that sort of stirs an extra bit of concern, worry, and anxiety out of you. So, I'm going to double check something here really quick just to make sure I'm not... All right, roll a single die, Vivian.
Mm.
Do you have a success?
No. A
Very
3
well.
isn't a success, is it?
No, ma'am. And you cannot roll willpower to counteract this check. You lose a point of humanity, and I will explain how this works. Having seen James in that state, injured, and you don't really know how badly injured, unable to help him, reach out to him, be near him, literally do anything to relieve the burden on your conscience has driven you closer to your beast as you become kind of obsessed with the situation, driven by guilt, remorse, and just an unhealthy sense of responsibility to this man that you were unable to help. And you can feel that voice that you try so hard to ignore pulling you closer to the depravity of the beast. You lost a point of humanity.
Is that the red one?
Yes.
And is it a slash or just empty?
It's permanently gone.
Great.
There are ways to gain humanity back, but it typically requires some work, to put it bluntly. That was rough for you. That was an event that truly shook your faith, the way everything went down. It was not a pleasant vision for your character. Things that happen to touchstones affect characters much more strongly. Your main links to your humanity, they remind you of the important values or lessons of being a person, a human being, a kind of stave off the beast that wants to take control of you and force you into darkness. But in this case, you failed to fight off your beast, and it has gotten the better of you for the moment. So it has taken a little bit of your soul, as it were. Everybody gets 3 XP. Yeah, that's pretty much the game. I hope it was worth the wait. We haven't even dented most of the stuff I've had written down, so there's still so much more for us to do. Yeah, how you guys feeling about things?
I like it. I have questions after everybody's done saying their piece on if they like it.
Sure. How about you, Spoon? How are you feeling the game's going?
It's going a bit slow, but, you know, you can't really account for a bunch of guys just hanging out in front of your house when you don't want to cause a scene.
Fair. It is, it's definitely been light on action, and the main plot has definitely taken a kind of a sidestep to your side plots, but that's normal. That can just happen. What about you, Sin?
Enjoying it.
Good. Things are, and Spoon's right. The game is pretty slow. That being said, it won't remain slow forever, and once it picks up, you guys will miss these periods of chill, even though they don't seem like it.
Expecting that.
By then, I'm certain Sin will have 20 more drug-addicted, borderline suicidal people she doesn't know what to deal with. So, yeah. That's basically all I got. Did anybody have questions or any other gay shit?
Yes. Not gay shit, but questions.
Alright.
What do you want required from me to get the thing on my sheet that says can't use?
Let me have a look. There is a lot of information I'm juggling here. So, the thing on your sheet that says can't use, where is that exactly? Is it under disciplines?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have one. Wait, is that you, Sin, or is that you, Ren? Sorry.
Ren.
I don't see anything on your under your disciplines that says can't use.
It's under powers, under dominate.
That's a power that you want. Got you.
Indeed.
I would require you to find people of the appropriate resonance and drink more from them.
Right. How many do I need? Because I have one currently.
I will not tell you.
God damn it.
That is supposed to be something that occurs naturally over the course of a story, and it's very difficult to guarantee that people have the exact perfect combination of life circumstance and other additives to make it the blood that you want. It's not impossible, it's just without an ability to find those people, you're going to be kind of shooting in the dark. And you're always tempting the beast every time you drink, and the higher your hunger gets, the shittier it gets. But
Okay.
even with one hunger, you're always tempting it, right? So if you want to go out and just constantly drink until you find the right people, there's always a chance that you slip up, get caught, or who knows what else, right?
Gotcha.
You will
What resonance was Billy?
What residence?
Or was he not? Oh,
Resonance.
Yeah, that.
Oh, resonance? You don't.
Yeah.
He didn't seem to have anything particularly special. But what I would say is, sanguine.
Yeah, it says that they all have a random one.
Yep.
Okay,
Yes,
hold on,
ma'am.
let me see where I've been putting that.
Yes, Billy would have been sanguine. Keep track of them. Just, however many people you happen to drink from.
Question.
Yes.
What is blood potency?
Your blood potency is a general kind of indicator of your character's general strength, like the general, potency of their blood, how strong it is, and it also allows you access to a stronger, blood buff, as it were. Like you can rouse the blood to roll extra dice, that kind of stuff. As your blood potency climbs, you can get more bonuses out of it. Like your bonuses will get higher, it might unlock new abilities, that kind of stuff. Hold on here.
Is his resonance like that because of being in my home?
You would have to figure that out for yourself.
Oh, poor Billy.
Let's see. Oh. Right. It also dictates your generation, roughly speaking, like your vampiric generation, which will put you in a category. Most of you guys are likely, 12 and 13th generation. Lower than that, and you're basically thin-blooded, which none of you are. As you get older and you mature as a vampire, your blood thickens, becomes more powerful. Or if you have a particularly powerful sire, you can start out more powerful because, obviously being embraced by a nobody versus Count fucking Dracula, there's kind of a difference, right? So every 100 years, you gain a dot of blood potency passively, but you can also buy it. If you have intense experiences or exposure to extremely potent blood, it can speed that process up. There are other things attached to it, but you don't need to worry about those. Double check in here. There's a chart that basically states the benefits of each level. So with one of the errata changes, you guys actually don't start at blood potency 1. You technically start at 1 higher as per the errata changes, which was in one of the side books. Which means you guys can basically get more out of your blood surge, which is, healing or adding a die to an action, you guys can rouse the blood and just add more dice to checks that you care about. Particularly, of course, you risk the hunger, but it might help you out. As your blood potency climbs, you can start adding more dice, regenerating faster. It also allows you, once you reach a certain level, to start re-rolling certain disciplines that require a rouse check, which means if you roll like a piece of shit, if your blood potency is high enough, you unlock the ability to roll again, maybe get a better result. Blood potency is very, very, very good, but it's expensive if you want to buy it, and there's lots of conditions behind it. Most characters start at 1 or 2. And I think you guys basically all started at 1 or 2. So it's pretty normal. If one of you wants to seriously consider increasing your blood potency, once you have the experience, we could talk about how we're going to go about that. That also said, if you guys are interested in increasing your humanity to particularly pure levels, which start coming with benefits, I'll keep a closer eye on that. But yes, hopefully that explains blood potency a bit better. Did that answer your question, sort of? So basically all the passive actions that you can take, they get better, and then they unlock bonuses for when you use your powers. Basically the idea being that you're getting older, you're getting more powerful, the odds that you fuck up with certain things start decreasing. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was about to jump on a different topic.
Oh yeah, well, what's up?
There is an out-of-clan discipline that I'm interested in pursuing.
Do you wish to tell me with the other players here, or do you wish to tell me privately?
I'll DM you. But I guess my question was, do I have to... I'm trying to remember how all that works. I feel like I remember something about having to like drink the blood of another vampire that has something or another in order to be able to do that.
You would need to tell me which discipline, and then yes, you would have to taste the blood of another vampire and risk a potential blood bond. And then you could begin to learn how to use that discipline. And of course, if they decide to teach you, that definitely makes it easier. But you can also figure it out on your own as it becomes more of a mystical thing.
Okay, got it.
Send me a PM or DM or whatever about which one you want, and I'll take note of it and help you find someone that could help you.
Okay.
Bear in mind they're very expensive. Unless you're a caitiff, it'll cost you 7 XP. It's quite a bit. Let's see, where is the chart? There is a chart that we had linked a while back here. Let's see if I can find it.
I have it right here.
Yeah, so it's other discipline is new level times 7. It's incredibly expensive. If you're a caitiff, you get a bit of slack on it, but they also pay out the ass. So yeah, if you're sure, then let's see, which one do you... Yeah, that's the chart. You got it. So a lot of those things are expensive, especially something like blood potency. I mean, if you guys want to level up your blood potency, if you have the experience, we can work on something and make sure you get that. Ooh. You know somebody with that sin, but you're gonna have to figure out. You're gonna have to figure out who.
Yeah. I kind of thought that already.
Who do you think?
I think it's Viv.
Well, it's always a way to figure it out. That'll be something that you can role play with her about, or you could just, fucking try to use your vampire kiss on her.
Oh, there you go.
Whatever you want to do. I believe in you.
Would I have to... Okay, I do I do have another question then.
Keep asking them. I ain't in a rush.
If I go down a new tree, I know I have to taste someone's blood with whoever or with somebody that has that tree, but do they have to have the specific skill? And do I have to taste their blood every time I try to add another skill in the tree?
Yes, that's how I would rule it. So here's how I would rule it. Every time you want to increase in potency, as a GM, I am ruling that you would have to go back to whoever knows the skill and get more of their blood. So it's obviously recommended that.
Would they have to have the skill or just the tree?
How I'm going to rule it as an in-house rule is that you cannot learn skills from vampires that do not currently have them. So, for example, if you drink from somebody, they've got Animalism 2, anything they have, then you can learn so long as you drink from them. But if you drink from somebody else that has, say, Animalism 5 or higher, and they know all of it, then whatever you want. That's how I'm gonna house rule it for now, because it just makes more sense, right?
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking is like some of them, like in level 1, they'll have 2 different things that you could choose from. So if I wanted like skill B, but they only had skill A.
How I would rule that is you cannot learn a level higher than the blood you consumed. So, for example, if you drank from somebody, it's just if you drank from somebody with Animalism 2, then even if they don't have a power under level 2, you can still choose whatever you want under level 2, but you can't go to 3.
So not necessarily by power, but by level of power.
Sure. I think that's a better mid-ground.
Got it.
So that's how I'm going to rule that for now. If it's shitty or not fun or kind of gets in the way, then I'll change that. But we'll try that for now.
Easy enough.
Yeah. I also would encourage you guys not to neglect your skills and attributes. Like, those are handy.
Do I need to? There's a skill that I want to purchase.
You want to buy a skill?
Yeah. I didn't know if I need to do that tomorrow or next week rather.
We could save experience spending for next week if you guys want, to give you guys more time to think about where you want to go. And give you guys time to kind of digest everything and see if there's certain skills you're going to put points into and whatnot.
When it says new level ×3, so how much would it cost to get a new skill or to increase a skill, a trait, or whatever?
Level ×3. So, for example, if you have 0 drive and you want the first point, it would cost you 3 points. If you want the second point in drive, it would cost you 6 points.
Oh, okay.
It gets more and more expensive because in this system, I know it seems like a very small amount, but a single point is an order of magnitude more powerful than the rank below it. That's why things get so expensive.
It is at its weakest upgrade a minimum of an increase of 1 day.
Yeah. So it seems expensive, but it's not. It's appropriately priced.
And if it's something off the cuff or off on the side, like an ally or an advantage, well, I'm going to tell you this. Having, 2 resources is okay. Having 3 resources is nice. Having 5 resources is you're basically fucking Donald Trump.
One thing, basically. One thing I will tell you guys is enjoy the breaks that you've had, because based on what I've written down and orchestrated, the game is starting next session going to pick up very significantly. So be prepared for big brains to start being used, because vacation time is almost over. Things are already kicking off, in case you guys didn't figure that out.
So if I have 1 point into something and I wanted to put 2 points, that'd be 15 points?
So let's say you have Brawl 1, right?
Uh-huh.
The next point is going to cost you 6 points, because that's the second rank, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that would be rank 2. times 3, because it's the new level, times 3. The third rank would be 9 points. Does that make sense? Fourth rank is 12. You multiply 3 by the level of the rank that you're getting. So, for example, like this. I know that sounds confusing, but so this is your drive, right? And
Right.
you want to go to this. So what you do is, and that is how much it'll cost you. Does that make sense? So drive 3 would be this. So on and so forth.
So 15.
No. How it works is
Brian,
it doesn't
she
like.
states that she wants to go from drive 1 to drive 3.
Oh, you want to go from 1 to 3? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
So that would be 15.
Right. So you're asking for a total. So second rank would be 6 points. Third rank would be 9. So yeah, 15. 15 total. You just wanted to ratchet it up to drive 3. It's very expensive.
Cool. Can I spend all my points right now?
If you want.
Sweet.
Just follow the costs and you can buy whatever, with the exception of disciplines.
Cool. I am now 3 in subterfuge, because fuck that failing, lying bullshit.
How very feminine of you.
Fucking, we were talking earlier. I think you ran to get coffee, and Spoon was like, "How do you think I get through everything?" I tell the truth. I was like, "Yeah, but my character is built with manipulation. All I do is lie." So I can't be shitty at lying.
So you built yourself
I gotta
with
stop owing Pete.
So here's the thing:
What?
you built yourself with manipulation. You didn't build yourself to lie. You built yourself to persuade.
I mean, not every role will always be manipulation and subterfuge. Sometimes there'll be other roles that like other attributes and stuff I'll combine with things. It's very difficult to optimize in this game, but that's usually a safe standard bet of manipulation, subterfuge. Also, I find it very funny that you've blown all these. Not blown, like it's not a waste, but you've just kind of busted a nut all over subterfuge because you've realized how fucking full of shit you want to be all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it makes you think. You can actually genuinely lie to everybody here out of character, except for me. So if I ask you, I will know.
I'm not gonna lie right now when I say this sentence. When they were asking about the vision and why I held a gun on her, I told him the truth about the vision, except for I purposefully left out 3 things. I left out the fact that is not why I held the gun to her head. I left out the fact that Christine was there, and I left out the fact that it looked like a wedding.
Well, that's why she didn't believe you, and that's why that's why Thomas only half believed you.
No, she didn't believe me, and he only half believed me about the whole talking to him and that he wasn't actually marrying that girl.
Yeah, so you lied, and that's how that works.
You said I saw them in an event during like the night or something. I don't know. It was kind of hazy. He's like, what the fuck?
It wasn't even hazy. It was weird. It was a full moon, but a dim sun.
Yeah, you said, all right, I saw you guys in a vision. It was an event. I believe that's how you described it. It's like, I saw you all in not even you all, like, I saw James in an event. Just like in a thing during the night. He's like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, I
you
heard,
asked about the vision?
I heard
it's like, what does that have to do with James? Why do you have to get... Why are you crying blood?
Why are you crying blood? No. Let me see if I can make it more clear now that we're out of character. All I got from my vision was that you, Thea, James, Christine, a priest, and some random ass guests were all outside during the summertime with these nicely decorated lanterns on the porch, and
Eating dim sum.
there was a red carpet. For some reason, a few of the guests were asleep, and it did not include in there his mother, or at least he was not specific that it was an old lady, nor that I recognized mom that apparently suffers from drug induced narcolepsy in the vision. But that there was a full moon and a dim sun in all of that. I don't know what any of that means. I was just giving you guys almost word for word every single thing that I was told, except for Christine being there.
That's not why you. Remember, every bit of information you omit is a lie by omission. That's how it works.
But you know what? You didn't make me roll, so I didn't have to.
Well, I didn't have to because they rolled well enough to see that some bullshit was going on.
And here's the thing, Stars, like, you don't understand what the fuck was going on when you had the whole picture of, like, the hazy image. We don't know damn near all of that, because what was described to us is like, so I had this vision where there was this event happening, and James was there.
I said you guys. And I also did mention that I really did think that she was a werewolf.
Oh, I know.
And I'm still very much so curious as to what the fuck is wrong with this bitch, because who the fuck remains that calm when your man's is shot up?
Have you ever entertained the thought that perhaps some people just handle tragedy better than others? And have you ever entertained the thought that there's nothing sinister about her, she just has something you want, so you want to believe there's something wrong with her?
I've never...
I've entertained the thought that you are living out a fantasy with this girl.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
No fantasy here. That's just
I have never ever once thought that in the event that somebody I loved got shot, that burying emotion was healthy in any fashion.
Well, not everybody handles trauma the same way, right? Again, everybody's different.
Nah, this bitch is weird. There's something wrong with this bitch.
Now, with regard to my own personal things, well, I like her, but I didn't design her as my waifu. That's James' waifu.
No, sure. No, it's not.
But, okay, listen.
That's who you want to be his waifu, and you apparently
just because you
don't have taste.
Just because you have very difficult beat competition doesn't mean I'm a bad guy.
You're not a bad guy, but I mean, we don't need to call her what she's not. Okay, we can call her what she is: a bitch, a whore, a slut, intrusive, fucking homewrecker. Okay, but not his wife.
These are some strong words to throw around for a chick you don't know.
I was about to say that is fucking rich, coming from a psychotic stalker that pulls firearms on their acquaintances.
And lest we forget, I make her go crazy.
Let's remember, acquaintance.
I
have
mean,
no emotional attachment to them yet.
That's still not stranger, and they still have probably shown you more kindness than most people.
I mean, let's be fair. The very first encounter that we had, I blew somebody's brains out, so...
That you did.
You're really not making a good case for yourself.
No.
Look, I'm just simply explaining that I am the crazy one, and I don't understand why we don't understand this in a better light.
I'm crazy, but please see this from the best possible light.
Exactly.
This is like, okay, yes, was this thing, and I thought she was a werewolf. Why did you think she was a werewolf? I don't know. This
What
is
was
like
it?
we
There
don't.
was-
That's like
Listen.
the main thing. It's like, why
Listen.
did you think she was a werewolf?
Listen.
The full moon. The full moon was what made me think werewolf.
Crazy lady said that the woman who is currently with her imaginary boy toy is bad for lots of reasons. None of them are because she happens to be with the boy toy. Let's put that to the side. Just she has some personality quirks and is evil. Or something.
Personality quirks my ass. That bitch is drugging my future husband's mom, and they're just letting her.
The goddess told me, K-Boy.
What the fuck? Dude, y'all are on some fucking straight up Frank's Red Hot. The whole bottle just upside down snorted.
I want to know what level Session Zero bullshit led to this fucking complete nonsense.
You know, it's funny because when I was making James's significant other, I was like, okay, how do I make someone that's like a genuine obstacle for the player and not just a throwaway fucking character that's going to be easy to work around? And I'm just like, okay, I got it. And I did. And now we need to see how Star justifies her slow descent into fucking madness and emotional, like, instability.
Look, I just want to remind the DM god here that when I was a human, I was fucking medicated, and then want to advise the other two out of character that originally my thought process on Malkavian was, okay, I could either do schizophrenia or DID, but knowing me, he was like, well, he didn't know me, but he said, yeah, that's normally what people pick. And I can't pick what other people pick, so I had to go and look up delusions. And so we're here.
My understanding of Malkavian was they're eccentric to an extreme.
No, they're apparently fucking insane.
Depends how you want to play it. They're pretty Swiss Army knifey in terms of how crazy you can play them, but they're all one degree or another crazy. All I'm saying is, if she wasn't a Malkavian, I bet you money that she would be equally paranoid. Just saying.
If I wasn't Malkavian, I wouldn't have a delusion.
I don't know about that one. If you've ever GM'd for players before, they tend to have a lot of crazy ideas to the point where you're just like, where the fuck did they come up with this?
You're right. Let me rephrase. I wouldn't have a hard-on for a guy that's never met me in his entire life if I wasn't a Malkavian.
Didn't one of your characters bang Spoon's character in the other game?
Oh
Very
no, we're still
quickly?
currently doing that.
And you
But
never
like,
you never met him until fuck it, never mind. I'm not gonna bother.
oh, that's just part of her backstory that nobody knows yet.
Yeah, me too.
Hell, my character's still trying to talk him into a threesome.
With who?
Who?
Zen's character.
But she's like 2 feet tall.
You thought those passes were fucking lies? What?
She's only 2 feet tall sometimes.
Look, it's been out of both of you are changelings. That is not a factor anymore.
Spoon, do you know how anatomy works?
Yes.
Really?
Actually, she's not actually a gnome.
What is she currently appearing as?
Well, right now she's
A tabaxi?
appearing as a.
Are you the Goliath right now?
No, she's
Wait,
a
no,
tabaxi.
hold on. I'm a tabaxi.
Oh,
at the
Tabaxi.
moment.
Yeah, she's a Tabaxi right now.
Oh my god. Spoon, do you know how anatomy works?
Yeah.
I'm a goblin right now.
Oh,
I am a-
oh my god, be gone.
I am a king goblin right now.
Oh, rest assured, further
I'm a
ground
dungeon
will
at
be
the
laid
moment.
out, but I will still try.
There are some fantasy creatures that only the degeneracy of a human mind can turn attractive with a shitload of effort and artistic license. Nope.
Yeah, I mean we're in a dungeon right now, so you know the goblin made sense.
Not making this
I
better.
would think. Well, for her to be one, not for him to fuck one.
Your short race fetish must die with you. It must die with you. Otherwise, Spoon's character's penis is gonna become the real villain of this story arc. If it isn't already.
I mean, I'm working on it.
She is not consented, nor do I think she will.
I mean, if you're
It
gonna
won't stop the
remain,
tries.
if you're gonna remain like 3 feet tall, maybe seek somebody closer to your size, or things get uncomfortable and shit.
I mean, so far as my character is aware, changelings are vaguely human-sized.
From what I understand about a changeling, we are able to change anything about our bodies. So she
We
could
are.
very well make her bottom half correct for that.
How much control do you have over your matter? Like, do you have to actually have the appropriate amount of mass, or do you just create mass out of fucking nothing?
We cannot get any bigger than like one thing above us or one thing below us. Like she can't go
Yeah.
from normal size to tiny. She can go from normal to small or from medium to large.
Nope.
But everything
changes.
else
I don't believe that
is
changelings can become large. They can only become small.
You can
you can go
could
one
become
above because a
large.
Goliath is bigger than medium, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure
No,
Goliath,
Goliath
is medium.
is medium.
Oh, is it?
Goliath is medium.
Hell,
Wait.
even centaurs are medium.
Wait, what? Goliaths are medium? I thought they were. Wait, so half orcs are bigger than Goliaths?
Half orcs are also medium.
Wait, aren't they large?
Everyone is medium.
Oh, I guess they got rid of the